I'm live. Woo-hoo. Do you want to go low? Adjusting the ISO. Got a new lens. Helps me do cool shit like this. Let's go. That's crazy. That's pretty cool. But I'm always a little hesitant about where to keep. Cool. I'm not going to go on TikTok yet. Right now, it's just going to be us. Let me test. Let me make sure YouTube is actually working. Your channel. I should. Nice. Okay, Twitch. Cool. And microphone. I'm working on like fixing the microphone thing, but I think now it should be better. Cool. And since that's working, welcome to Table Moments Live. I'm your host and captain, Lyman. If you've seen this before, you know we do just talk about random stuff. And I usually join the Twitch and YouTube stream early before I add the TikTok. I wonder if I can get rid of this shadow. Nah, but the light gets harsh. That's fine. I'll work on the lighting setup later, but it should be good enough for now. And yeah, new lens. I can eventually. It'd be cool to like show you guys on screen. We could talk about things I'm working on that I think would be useful for the podcast. And those of you who watch this, and the hater who keeps showing up on YouTube, hi, this one's for you, bro. I think I can flip you into a big fan. I think I could flip you, but it's okay. You're one of the early ones. You get to see the come up happen in real time, so that's pretty cool. And you started off as a Sam Cedar fan. I'm going to show you how wrong he really is. I'm going to show you we can get UBI and it doesn't have to come from government. In fact, government can't do it. We'll do it. And I'll show you how to pull that off. And then you'll be more Republican, I guess. But who knows? It's okay. It's okay. We all just want the same things, right? We all want the same things. So why do we argue about this shit? Like, no one argues about, like, everybody wants a better life for themselves. Everybody wants a better life for themselves. Republicans, Democrats, whatever. But they also want better lives for other people, as long as it's not too much better than their own life, right? Because that's the status game everyone's playing, which sucks. But I mean, that status game stuff will always be there. I think if we can solve the 4 basic needs people have: food, shelter, healthcare, and human connection. If we can solve those 4, then after that, you guys can just sort out the status games bullshit of it all. But if we can make housing so cheap that, honestly, I think the housing market does require a crash because too many people are enjoying the way things are. And, homeowners that currently own homes have an incentive to keep prices up because that's home equity. And so people are going to have to go through some pain. But that's okay because it's usually the older folks who have more wealth. So if socialists and were made that argument, that would be a lot more relatable and understandable. If you said, look, all these old people, they've accrued all this wealth and it's about time that we even up. Makes sense? It's like, okay, yeah. And then they borrowed from the future, which is the shittiest part about it all. If people were talking about like financial prudence and how we're borrowing from the future, kids who don't exist are going to have to end up. I mean, modern monetary supply lets people think that this shit can go on endlessly. I don't care to find out. I don't. Sam, on the other hand, doesn't even understand why Social Security is structured the way it is. So it's like, man, when I was having that conversation with him, I was like, whoa, it was blowing my mind. And it's funny because his fans call him the king of Social Security, but the guy doesn't even know why it's structured the way it is, because it was never intended to be a welfare program. It was supposed to be a retirement program. The intent being that you put in what you can take out later. And if you change how much you can take out, you have to change what people can put in. It's a balance, unless you want to change it completely into something else, in which case then you just lied to people about what it was. But whatever, this is enough politics, I guess, for this. But that fan, you'll be a fan of mine one day. And that's the way I've approached life. Just like, you know what? I will win you over. I will win you over. You know, I start off like harsh and spicy, but then, you know, there's this bit of back and forth, like when guys first meet with each other and they're like testing each other's boundaries to see if they're like, you know, you throw him a few jabs, verbal jabs, see if he falters a little bit. And if it turns out he can hang and he can throw some jabs back, he's like, all right, he's a cool guy. But until then, it's just like, gotta test you first. You gotta test you first. So, but if you're watching on YouTube, the replay, I appreciate you, hater. Let me know what you got going on in your life, and hopefully we can put you on, man. We'll put you on. And I'm also thinking, man, it'd be nice if I could stream. So right now I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch. It'd be nice if I could stream on Kick. Kick is weird. I have some moral quandaries with that. Like, on the one hand, it's being funded by a gambling company, which is just a lead magnet. It's a lead generator for their gambling service, which if essentially they're selling sin, which is kind of fucked up, especially like because it's not actually creating real value in the world. It's just exploiting people's greed for more without having to work for it. And then they make money that way. And then considering it's all online, basically, they could do whatever they want, play some funny business with the numbers and the algorithms or whatever. I don't know if the payouts are even real, but whatever. I'm sure there's some regulation behind it, but still, it's kind of shady. But that's enough. I'll figure it out. I wonder if there's any software. You know what? I actually thought it would be interesting if someone came around and just took open source software and just packaged it for common people. Because right now it's like, if you want to use some JavaScript library that, I don't know, pulls videos or sounds off of YouTube, you got to learn command line, and which isn't even that hard, but it's enough of a barrier to keep the average person from actually looking into it. But what if you could package it into a simple point and click kind of app without much work, but it gives people access to these tools that they otherwise wouldn't have. All this work is out there. No one's actually building it for the average person. So maybe that could be my thing. I'm not a great programmer. I'm not even close to being good, but I know enough that I can hobble something together and at least build MVP. So maybe that's something, a lane people need, and I could fill that. But that's the extra you guys get on YouTube and Twitch. And now I'm going to join TikTok. Yes, the weirdos over there. We're gonna invite them, and we'll see how that goes. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure the focus here is good. Let's see YouTube just to make sure. I always gotta like. Maybe I should drop the ISO. By the way, it is ISO. It's not ISO. At least the originators of it. They called it ISO. So, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Shoot. Okay, I gotta like go like this. Do I gotta move closer? Is that what I gotta do? Let's see. Okay, I don't like having it in the shot. It's just a weird thing with me. I don't like having it in the shot. So, cool. Make sure I'm in there. Cool. Go live. 3, 2, 1. Live on TikTok. Hey everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing tonight? The NPC shit is tempting. I'm hearing people making bank off that shit. That's crazy. Oh man, I don't know how I'd feel if I was an engineer at TikTok and I was like seeing all these people use my work in this way. Would I feel some type of way? Would I be like, I just made Gamer Real, the movie, which is kind of cool. Like to make something that was science fiction a reality, but at the same time, you're like, this is what has become of people. We're just doing NPC stuff. That's crazy. I don't know, but it's fine. I'm sure the engineers at TikTok don't mind. I wonder what TikTok Live looks like in China. You know, people always talk about like the content or whatever. I want to see what live looks like. Is it a lot of shopping or is it? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look up like what China Live looks like. That'd be interesting. I wonder, or I bet you it's all just educational stuff. That would be crazy. What if it's all education? It's like you're swiping through TikTok Live in China and it's all just like, here's math, here's science, here's blah, 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 whatever. That'd be kind of cool. I think that could be what this is, a way to teach you guys instead of like all the NPC stuff, but it is what it is. It's funny because I know I attract a certain type of you guys, you viewers. Oh, here he is. Here he is. I know who's Eric Moreno. How's it going, man? I'm good. How are you? How are you? Just joining TikTok Live as I normally do every Sunday, keeping it chill. Got some topics prepared, but if you're new here, we talk about anything and everything. We don't do the NPC stuff and we don't do the dumb conversations either. If you guys want to have deep conversations, that's what we can do. But I don't know. The NPC money is looking tempting though, not gonna lie. I even had some videos prepared that I was gonna like stitch or whatever. Any advice on stress? I guess it depends. What kind of stress are you going through? For men, I think typically the stress is either mating stress, so like girls, women, or it's money. Where you been at, Younggoon? Where you been at, Jose? I DM'd you, bro, for the podcast. Where the hell you been, bro? I'm pretty sure I DM'd you. Yeah, I think it was your account. You dodged my DM, bro. You dodged my DM. Okay, I like your eyes. Cool. Yeah. Bro, what happened? What happened? I wanted you on the podcast. We could have talked sports and everything. Guys, check out Jose. He does sports content. And he's Guatemalan, not is it Guatemala? I forget. Yeah, it's Guatemala, not Argentina. The flags look similar, but they're different. I'm so mad I didn't see the DM till way after. Nah, it's fine. Like, I'm pretty flexible. If it's like I'm only free at whatever time, I'll pull up the Discord. We'll get you on the podcast real quick. An hour and a half is all it takes, and then I'll send you an edited copy. That goes for anyone watching this right now too. If you want to be on a podcast, just DM this account. We invite everybody. We've had we had an OF model. We had a computer software engineer. We've had a tech real estate founder. We've had so many different people, but the content of the conversation is anything and everything. And we get to learn a lot about that person and what they do. And it's a pretty interesting conversation. And I edit it so it's interesting, which I think a lot of people don't do. If you want to make your podcast interesting, you have to edit and you have to be very selective about what you want to keep. So we end up recording an hour and a half and we cut it down to about 45 minutes. And it's a grind, I'm not going to lie, but it's still worth it. It's still worth it. Talking about sports talk about the Orioles. I'm from Maryland. Is that baseball? I don't know if that's baseball. Hey, Jake, how's it going? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, Sunshine CLI. No, I would love to be on the pod. Yeah, all right, dude. How about this coming week? This coming week, you come on the pod. Thursday is usually when we do it. Sports talk. What's the biggest check you ever received? What do you mean check? Money for this, the pod? 0. Well, I've gotten some rewards from live or whatever, but I haven't been able to monetize this stuff yet. I'm figuring out something, actually. I don't know. It's in the works, but we'll see. The original goal for this podcast was to see if I can actually turn this something within 3 years. Can I grow a following? Listenership is hard because like you got to remind people about podcast. Some podcasting tip, guys. Yeah, just because you have a podcast doesn't mean people will listen to it. And just because they know you have a podcast and they follow you doesn't mean they'll listen to it. You have to remind them every week. And I haven't been doing that, so I can tell the metrics drop. But I've been focusing on the social media and growing the audience because I think there might be a way to monetize and bring some value to you guys too. So I'm working on that. It'd be dope if I could make some software for you guys. That'd be useful. I'm not sure what it would look like, but I found some ideas on TikTok that might be useful. Making me feel special that after you invited me to the pod, you mean to go. That goes for everyone. Yeah. I don't know. You know what the game is though? All these people with podcasts, it's clout farming is what they do. It's clout farming. People with clout going on each other's podcasts to share audiences. That's what they're doing. Like all these some of them even pay to have people come on their podcast, or some people pay to be on a podcast. This whole thing, you think it's some organic, it's like, oh, we just invited them because we love their shit. Bullshit. They're all like, yo, you guys have no idea. On the back end, man, which my approach has been, you know what, I want to give the average person a voice. And I think the normal person out there can be interesting. And so, like, why not talk about it? Where can we hear your podcast? Links in bio. You can find it on any streaming platform, any podcasting app. Table Moments Podcast. The ones with guests, I think, are more interesting, but the ones with just me and my brother give you a taste of our personality. Yes, Orioles is a baseball. Oh, okay, baseball team. Nice. Your Wi-Fi is shit today, bro. Is it? Oh no, man, it's Google Fiber. I don't know. I've been having problems with it this week, but I'm gonna try. I don't know if I'll be on live that long today, but okay. Would love to learn what your plans are in terms of like monetizing. Well, TikTok Shop is pretty cool. I think there might be an opportunity there. I'm gonna experiment. Like all this stuff is just experimentation for me. So what I've been doing is I signed up for TikTok Shop so I can actually be a vendor, and it'd be cool if I can make digital products. I don't know if digital products are even allowed, so I got to look into that. But there's so many things, so many spinoffs I think I could do because this podcast page has been so general. There's no niche thing here. And I've been seeing a lot of the TikToks with promoting shop items. And I'm just like, I think I could do better, and basically just make a commercial that's interesting, but then also play into some of people's motivations. And the coolest thing I think would be if I could give you guys a piece of it. I think that'd be pretty cool, like Mr. Beast kind of style. What's the biggest check you ever had to written to you? As far as podcasting, no, I don't do that. I don't do the whole like pay people to come on a show or people pay me to come on the show shit. I don't know. I feel like that just cheapens the whole thing when you find that out. You're just like, so y'all just pay for each other to come on? What the fuck? That's crazy. But yeah. Hey, Bum Scented Candles. Do you make candles? We promote healthy living from the outside. Let's talk about it. Down with that. Where's that one user that always talks about her ex? She'll be here soon enough. And she's a regular. She has to come. How do you gauge success? For me, it was, I don't know. That's the thing. I didn't set what success would look like. I actually told my brother, I had this conversation with him. I'm like, all right, I'm going to give this podcasting thing 3 years. 3 years of effort and see how it goes. And then after like a year and a half, a year or 6 months or something, started promoting on social media. And that was me learning this whole social media game. Like before, I didn't make videos. I literally was clips from the podcast over an image and sharing it with people. And people do not respond at all to that, at all. People need visuals. And so started making clips, got better at editing, figured out what people like to see, topics people like, but then also trying to stay true to values and not go into the shit that most people get into because it's just easy clout. And then had one viral video pop off, and then my brother was like, now you got to stick with it, bro. Like you proved it. You proved this could work. I was like, all right, so now the success would be, can this make $1,000 a month? Can this podcast make $1,000 a month? By the end of the year is the goal. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll continue it in this form, is what I would say. I need that. You need what? Sorry, my bad. Your business plan. Why are you here? What are you offering? I'm not offering anything right now other than good conversation. I'm not promoting anything right now, but I want to build useful things for people or sell useful things. Like not just some like drop shipping product, whatever. I think it'd be cool if I could sell software. I have to confirm whether or not it's something I can sell on TikTok Shop, but digital products, I can build at least. There's all these useful like JavaScript libraries out there that could be transformed into an easier package for people to use. Like, let's say you do something or like you're in content or whatever. I think I could build something like that. No, I mean, ever in life, what's the biggest check you've ever gotten? I mean, I've gotten bonuses, bro, and bonuses can be pretty big. Um, yeah, bonuses are pretty big. I think over 10K at some point. Bonuses are big, but then they get taxed like at 25. No, they get taxed at 40% or something because for that month you're considered a high earner. It's weird how this all works, man. But I've gotten some pretty big. I don't know if that's even a big check, honestly, as a lump sum. That's on top of what my salary was, which is a big month. But then it gets taxed hella, so it's like it was whatever. Yes, I do. That forehead screams Somali. It screams East African. Yes, for sure, but not Somali, Eritrean. I need one good viral video. Maybe I can help you with that. Maybe I can help you. Sometimes it's just like slight editing tricks. Like as long as you're a good viral video will likely talk about something that's broad appeal. So the video that I had go viral, I've had a few million, a handful, like maybe five-ish, 4, 5, something like that, that gotten to over 1 million views. The biggest one is my DoorDash video where I explain this viral video in a different and unexpected way. And the cool thing about it was it's highly relatable. So just DM me, just so I can look at your account and maybe I can take one of your videos, cut it up and give it back to you and see if we can get you one viral video. That'd be kind of cool. I think I can help you. That'd be cool. What's up, bald head? What's up? You digging the bald head, huh? Hey, gang, I was wondering how many donuts fit on it. Depends. Like, are we talking about cake donuts or yeast donuts? Because yeast donuts are thicker, right? The cake donuts are kind of small, especially the Dunkin' ones are really small. And I don't think I could fit through one of those. It's just, kind of narrow. But a yeast donut, several, I think. That's really good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Mr. Ray, how's it going? Yeah. So easy recipe for a good viral video, at least as far as I've learned, is usually talking about one of the 3 things most people like. It's or are concerned with: relationships, which is related to sex, whatever, money, and then health. Those are the big 3. And then if you focus on facts, feelings, and fun, those are really good. Like, because those have broad appeal. Now you can also take a viral video and then give your own spin on it. And so, the viral video went viral for a reason, especially if people watch the first few seconds of it, you can use that as your hook. And people talk about hooks and whatever. It's just like, all right, yeah, you can frame things in inflammatory ways, but I also don't like being misleading. But I am a bit aggressive with my content, Matt. I appreciate your comment here. You love the content. Ignore the haters. I always ignore the haters, but I like the haters because it's like I think I could turn them into fans. I think I can turn them into fans because it's like everyone rejects haters, and haters are just like sort of like, how when men hang out with each other, they just make fun of each other, or like when you first meet someone, you just test their boundaries a little bit. I think that's what haters do, and all you have to do is show that you're not going to flinch and that you can give it back too. And then once you do, they're like, oh, okay, I can respect this guy. And it's like, okay, we're cool now. And so haters could have a home here, is what I'm saying. Hello from WV. What's WV? Handsome dark man. I appreciate it, Jessa. If I added your vid to my favorites, I'm probably using it as motivation. Awesome. I think I posted a somewhat motivational video today. Not the stitch. It was my normal regular post with captions and stuff. Hey, Maya Jones, how's it going? Which is best, Law-Abiding Citizen, Forrest Gump, Green Mile, 50 First Dates, Hancock, Click, or Step Brothers? Ooh, I'm a really big fan of Law-Abiding Citizen. I was an engineer, so that kind of appeals to me. That's a really good movie. I think it ended poorly, though. That's the thing. I think that movie ended poorly. The message, in reality, he would have gotten away with it. Hancock's really good too, just because Will Smith's acting really, really good. Yo, you down to be my Discord kitten? I don't know what a Discord kitten is. Lex Friedman is dangerous. 18-minute inspirational video on YouTube ends with the poem "If" by R. Kipling. I'm not sure what you're saying here, but I don't know. I've heard people theorize that Lex Friedman is like undercover CIA, NSA type shit. And you're like, how does this guy have a following when he talks like this? And I'm thinking like, and I use Vim, blah, 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 whatever. It's weird. It's weird that a guy like that, but I don't know. If you think this guy is awesome, Cash App or Venmo $100 to Trash Man. Okay. 100% the ending stopped it from being a 10 out of 10. Yeah. The sanitation engineer, his first Joe Rogan interview was great. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Podcasts are weird. I think the future, I don't know how long podcasting will go. Like people are doing trends and people are doing all these like attention hacks. So you notice like people talking and putting like video game clips underneath the talking head, or taking another person's podcast reaction on another podcast, putting it with yours, pretending like it's your podcast. This is a whole thing people do now. Pretend a podcast, fake. They don't actually publish any episodes. They're literally just making content for social media, and they'll just like record themselves with a microphone and everything. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And it's just like, man, when people are just looking for attention and they don't really give a fuck, it's no surprise that a lot of these things you see are kind of weak sauce. Are you wearing pants? No, obviously not. Maybe not. I don't know. You'll never know. You'll never know. How's everyone doing though? I was just going to talk about some of the topics that I posted this week. Like people have, all right. So some good topics, things that a lot of people go through, right? So there was this one video that went viral this week, I think, related to food trucks. It's like, is it just me, or are food trucks getting super expensive now? Food trucks haven't been the same, whatever. And I made a stitch explaining why food trucks are so expensive. But these kind of topics are like DoorDash, or like the dating thing's a little weird because you kind of have to say it in the right way and to whatever. I don't think I need to get into it, but I did think about building a dating app on top of Instagram. And Adam Mosseri, from the CEO of Instagram, was talking about how most of their activity is DMs and things you wouldn't expect. Like reels, obviously, but videos kind of like sort of not have. It's not really a good thing in terms of like being able to monetize, at least as a platform, which is why it's interesting what TikTok is doing with the whole TikTok shop, which is an easy way to get views, by the way. Also, if you want some views, promote a product, and TikTok has an incentive to share that with lots of people that your video otherwise wouldn't have shared with. But it's also just a vanity metric, because I think the key to social media success is organic virality. So there has to be an element where people actually resonate with your stuff instead of just being boosted by the algorithm, which is why I always have a thing. I always feel some type of way about like Mr. Beast videos, because I'm like, who shares this with other people? Who shares a Mr. Beast video with other people? Like, you'll watch it and it's highly engaging because they edit it to perfection, but like, who shares it? I don't know. I don't. But then if it's like a clip that you run into that says something that you believe but didn't have the words to say, that's where people really share it. So I don't know. I have this idea about classical virality and whatever, but this is all just like content creator shit that you guys probably don't even care about. But it's just something I've been thinking about. But as far as that, do you guys have anything on your mind? Are there any controversial topics that you guys, it doesn't even have to be controversial. It could be just something on your mind. It is what it is. Am I wearing pants? I don't know. Chance, why are you curious though? Because I guess it could be a thing where creators aren't wearing anything below the waist, because you don't have to, right? It's kind of warm here, not gonna lie. I don't know, I'm not that relaxed. Went to see Barbie and Shorty ain't give me no Toppenheimer. Should I leave? That's a funny ass comment, bro. Thank you for that, bro. Yes, you should leave her. She's got to give some Oppenheimer. Come on, man. Come on, girls, ladies. If you go and watch, I heard negative things about Barbie. I don't even care. Like, there's all this like cultural war, whatever stuff, but I haven't watched either one. I was thinking about watching Oppenheimer, and then I learned more about Oppenheimer. I'm like, yo, that guy was kind of a fucked up dude. Like, you look into his history, it's just like, yo, that's crazy. Why'd they make a movie about him? And I don't know. I would presume they glorified him in the movie, but I haven't seen the movie, so I can't say. But it is interesting. It is interesting. So, Oppenheimer. That's funny. Yo. You got any other witty comments, bro? I appreciate that one. Osama bin D'Amelio. Yo, everything about your account's hilarious, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, so Oppenheimer. Do you guys want to know some things I learned about Oppenheimer? Hey, Laura, how's it going? And then, let's see. All you got to do is compliment someone and they'll follow you. That's crazy. You didn't have to give the follow, but I appreciate it. Period. Osama bin D'Amelio. I don't know. I feel like the easiest way to get some engagement on live is to talk about relationships or put a topic. But nah, bro, I like your vibe. I'm gonna check back later. Yeah, definitely check out the page and see if you even fuck with the shit. Because like I like being selective. I like people being selective and me being selective about association. I love your outlook on life. I don't know if I have a consistent outlook. I constantly change my. I like to think I change my mind on a lot of things, at least when more information is presented. But my girl will probably say I don't change my mind at all, or I'm like really stubborn or something, or I'm hard headed. Which, but you know, when I think something, I think it, and then if I find it's completely wrong, I'm like, okay, I was wrong. I'm wrong a lot. Every time I post one of these videos, it's always like, it's probably not going to do well. But then that 5% of videos end up going viral, and so that's the game, and that's the game you got to learn. Bomb scented candles. You got to learn that. You got to learn that most of your videos are not going to hit, but that one video could be the thing that gives you all your followers, and that's just the Pareto principle. So I would say just post a lot of videos, and then I'll check your videos out and see if we can help you get one viral video. How's my day? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Kind of productive. I might not spend a lot of time on live tonight. I want to get some work done, but it's a pretty good day. It's a pretty good chill Sunday. Yeah, and yeah, it'd be cool if I can help people. Because here's the thing. Distribution is always the hardest thing, and part of the reason I do this is one, to practice my improvisational speaking skills, but then at the same time also build an audience that might be useful, not just to me but to anybody who wants to come on the podcast. So that's what I try to do. And so if you want to come on the podcast, if you have something, Boxhead, let's see what your profile, let's see. Okay. Can we quietly co-work? What do you mean? Like, just, what does that mean? Oh, okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, sure. We can quietly co-work. You guys do that? It's not. Here's the thing. I knew someone who did that a lot. They would FaceTime someone, but then not say anything. We're just like around each other, but virtually. So it's sort of like metaverse. People are way ahead of the thing. I always thought it'd be an interesting app too. So like you guys can watch TV together remotely. So like let's say Netflix and chill, except let's say your significant other isn't in the area or they're traveling, but you really enjoy spending time and watching things with them. Then what if there was like a Netflix, but then you can also see their face on the bottom or something, like a FaceTime call, but you guys are watching something, which I think you can do in FaceTime, but like with anything, I think that'd be pretty cool to build. And just and then you just Netflix and chill virtually. I think people try to do it in Discord and stuff, but I don't know if it actually works that well because I think both people need a subscription, and Prime has sort of something like that, but you can only chat. I think you need the video element, right? Jord, and do you need to see each other, or can it just be voice and you're just hearing the background of someone working? I don't know if that's enough, but that would be interesting. And then maybe build it, and then you guys can use it, and then I don't know what I would call it, but or study together. I knew someone who would do that. They would study with a friend, and they would be studying different subjects, but they're on a FaceTime call with each other. So that's all they're doing. Either, but video gives another sense of accountability. Accountability? What do you mean accountability? Like, accountability. I don't know. You don't get the feeling like you're being watched, or does privacy and surveillance not matter? Because I feel the same way about indoor cameras and stuff, by the way. Guys, if you have like one of those home cameras that's indoors, I would be very careful. I'd be very careful about like just having it connected and watching you all the time. Why are you trying to put our dirt out there, DB? Stop. What's your biggest pet peeves that he does? I don't think she has any pet peeves. I'm pretty amazing to be with. Look at you trying to start out some shit, man. But no, go ahead. And I don't know. I feel like part of the responsibility in a relationship is not to like, if I'm co-working with someone virtually, I'm appreciating the shared productive space. Okay. Trying to get some entertainment. Fair enough. Yeah, we don't have that girl telling us about her relationship yet. Maybe she'll come. And Layla has that emoji symbol, so she's got to be interesting. For Queen Being is back. Nice. I remember her. She doesn't say much, but she does watch, which I appreciate. Pet peeves. I don't know. What are your pet peeves, DB? What are your pet peeves? How's it going? How you been? Staying quiet over there? Staying chill? No, I'm not a picky eater, man. No, I'm not going to give any of her stuff. I don't know what to say. That's fair. You can say yours too. If I had to, how about this? I will guess what she thinks what my pet peeves are. Whatever, you understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah, she's more selective with food. For me, I'm basically like a garbage disposal kind of thing. I can just eat whatever. It's not a big deal to me. She's more selective with taste, which I think is a good thing. Otherwise, I'd just be eating McDonald's every day. But he's pretty good with avoiding my pet peeves, closing the toilet lid before washing. Do you guys do that? Do you close the lid before flushing? Here's the thing. You got to make sure it's got flushed. And, if the toilet doesn't work properly, then you just want to make sure that it flushes. He wears Subway close to bed sometimes. It's gross. Oh, you're just letting it all out there, huh? I don't know. I guess Subway air is dirty. I close it. The germs spread everywhere. Bro looks like live action Luke Cage. Awesome. I like that. That's the coolest compliment I think I've received so far on live. I appreciate that one, Brandon. Luke Cage. I've been looking for new t-shirts because all of mine have been stained accidentally by someone. And so I think I'm just going to look up whatever shirt he gets and then just order a bunch of those, Can you tell my baby mom? That's an interesting way of spelling Jessica. But Jessica, wait, how does she owe you child support? That's crazy. How'd you make that happen, Biscoff Poppy? That's a great name, by the way. Biscoff Poppy. But yeah, Jessica, come on. Pay the child support. I hope you can use this as a clip. That'd be hilarious. And guess what? You don't even have to give me a prize or whatever they call it on TikTok Live, where the NPCs do that shit and they'll only do it. I give this stuff away for free. Okay. A baby mama paying child support. She had to have been overdosing in the courtroom for that. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, what a courtroom. I know you jokingly, but like, would a courtroom order an addict child support payments? I don't know. Thank you. She my third baby mom. Yeah. Almost as many as Elon Musk, right? The guy has like 4 or 5. And it's just like, bro, I don't know. I can't tell if it's baller or just dirty. And I wonder if it's like, I'm going to have to look up, because I wonder if he has some racial diversity or does he go for a type? It's a business at this point. He's so whack for rebranding Twitter. What's wrong with the Twitter rebrand? I like it when people make bold moves, like changing Facebook to Meta. They know about each other. It was a competition. Thanks. Have a good day, bro. You too, Biscoff Poppy. Have a good day. I think it's fine. I mean, why not call it X? Yeah. He's trying to make it turn Twitter, or now X, into the all-in-one app. Is that it? Do you know anything about Hinduism's reincarnation cycle? Not much. I just know the vague idea of reincarnation into like different things based on how you lived your present life. Facebook is under Meta, though. Well, I mean, it was originally Facebook, and then they decided to create. No, I think the parent company was Facebook, and so they changed the name and they just kept the app as Facebook. But Twitter's the only thing. So it's like, if you're going to change it, I don't know. I don't mind it. What's wrong? Why do you have a problem? What's your beef with it? The 600 tweet limit. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the API changes for sure. I had some ideas about improving Twitter functionality with some automation, not bots, but like, imagine a group of people could manage a social media brand, which you can do if you all have the login information. But what if you can do it all from one interface? I think that'd be pretty cool. And yeah, they have tools like Hootsuite, whatever, but those aren't easy to use. And I thought it would have been cool if I can build something maybe unique. But yeah, the bird was fine. It was fine, yeah. But like, if you're deciding, like, Twitter's going to be something entirely new, it's going to go in a different direction, and maybe a CEO's first move is usually very important. And technically, it's not a first move because he bought it last year or something, or earlier this year, whatever. I forget how long it was. But changing it from Twitter to X is a huge message across the company to be like, yo, we're not what we were. We're doing something different here. So your beard is so full and dark. I love it. I don't know if it's that full. I pick at it all the time, but yeah, I appreciate it. Do you have let's see, Julie. Okay. Julie, he's taken. I don't know if she meant it that way, but okay. Look at DB over here, make garden. Cool. I'm not interested. LOL. I'm a minor. Okay, this just got weird. Yo, I got your back, Jordan. Look at you, Jordan. You're even making friends with strangers on the internet. What the hell? How do you do this so effortlessly? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh man, that's funny. It's okay. Julie might convince him to moisturize it. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't. So maybe I'll get some. No, why would that convince me? She or he confirmed that it's fine. It's full, and I don't even know what's going on either, Julie. Just go with the flow. Just go with the flow. That's what we do here. You never know where the conversation is going to go. But if there's anything on your mind, feel free to add. Because I mean, yeah. I don't know, but I heard minor and I'm out. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a weird thing. You have to remember this platform. I don't know. All the people that seem to be attracted to this live have generally been older people, with exceptions like I guess Julie and Pyro. It's always a joy when he's on, but generally it's older people. I don't know. Maybe this type of live can appeal to, because people always say like young people are getting dumber and they're not interested in like more intellectual, interesting, deeper conversations. I'm calling BS on that. I'm calling BS on that because I think young people can think it's just like we're surrounded by boring shit. That they're like, I have nothing to contribute to boring stuff. Back to your conversation, why are people making Elon Musk changing Twitter X such a big deal? Because there's no news in the summer. That's the problem. People are bored, so everything's a story. You notice how many weird stories that normally would be like, what the hell? That all of a sudden become national stories or whatever. Twitter, in the tech world, people like to hate on Elon because he's pushing against establishment players. But honestly, it's just there's no news. There's no news. Summer is always boring time, which should tell you something about like politics in general. Like the fact that there are seasons should show you that this is all just like scripted, not in a strict sense, but like in like this is generated for outrage. So it's just like it's dead period of news. So they just, yeah, it is what it is. You could be the TikTok Bill Nye for the kids. I don't know. Yeah, that would be kind of cool actually if I like prepared experiments and stuff, and explain science. I like explaining. Yeah, I do like explaining. Not gonna lie, especially when don't get me started on some like physical phenomenon or like how something works, and I'll just go off. Like, it's true. They are all distractions to what's actually happening. Yeah. Honestly, the things people should probably care about, inflation. That's it. I think that's the only thing that directly affects people's lives. Outside of that, just like UFO hearings. Are you serious? Our politicians are wasting their time with this BS. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Like people even take this stuff seriously. Or when people talk about submarines, I was like, all right, yeah, cool. Some rich people went in a submarine and turns out it failed. And it failed like literally the next day, but they kept it a secret, or the Coast Guard knew but didn't tell anybody. So we're talking about this for a week. It's just like, what are we doing here? Like there are more, I don't know. And nobody cares that the government is hiding aliens. I mean, like, I think it's in the interest of the government to sort of play both sides. There are aliens, but possibly not. But possibly is where it's at, because it's a useful tool to distract people. I think the aliens thing is a stretch. That's the thing. Like, if it were real, it would be leaked. But then they don't want to say we don't have anything because it's a useful distraction. Like the CIA, FBI, intelligence agencies, even people in government, they play these games to distract the American people all the time. It's like, hey, look here. It's a head fake. It's magicians playing games with your vision to distract you while they pull the trick off here. Hey, don't worry about the laptop. Just focus on aliens here. No, there's no corruption there. Just focus here. That's what's going on. It's just like, why do people fall? I don't know. But it's entertaining, I guess. So, and I don't blame people for wanting the entertainment either. I mean, like if you got other things going on, you just want to like check out a little bit, fine. I can respect that. But when people take it seriously and make it a life or death, like, oh my God, it's just like, what are we doing here? What about all the cultural wars attacking the trans and gay community? I think that's overblown. Honestly, I don't think, considering the numbers, it doesn't even make sense why people are getting so their panties in a bunch about this. The numbers are like fractions of a percent. That's what we're talking about here. And the fact that, I don't know, it's just crazy. So it's so easy to like, I mean, we can get into the whole right versus left and on this whole thing, but as far as, I'm surprised there's even any unity in LGBT among the LGBT, because there's a lot of conflict just internally there. So I think they should sort that out themselves. Like, and then as far as like Bud Light and all this, people shouldn't be drinking beer in the first place. So whatever. Um, Cat Stevens Derby Kocher did say biologics. Yeah. These biologics now have to be able to build and drive UFOs. Seem far fetched. Yeah. Oh, knickers in a twist. Yeah, there you go. That's what I meant. I'm not British, but maybe I can be. You know. I might try talking like this for a minute. Make no mistake, I believe in other life forms in this infinite universe and beyond. I mean, that's a reasonable case, I guess, based just statistically, the likelihood. But at the same time, I don't think we have explained the jump from inanimate, how that jump to organism actually happens. That moment when something became alive. I don't think that's been explained yet. And so that's interesting. And the idea that there couldn't have been a maker, some like catalyst, some kickstart all this. I can see that being a thing. And then if I don't know, if we could explain it, why can't we create it, So I think there's a lot of gaps in science that people just aren't willing to admit. And if they were willing to admit it, we'd realize how little we really know. And then once you realize that, it's like, okay, maybe there's other things out here. But what implications would aliens have for us? We would just use them as pets or prisoners or become, or obsessed with alien rights. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like if they are if they are subordinate to us, they would just be animals, right? In which case, it's like, okay, we treat them like animals. Prisoners, I guess if they're intelligent life, but then I don't know. There's all these theories about like in science fiction movies about how this encounter would happen and how people would be, alien rights. But then, I mean, here's the thing, like, let's worry about human rights first before we even think about alien rights. Maybe that should be our priority. Let's figure out what even being a human means, because there's a lot of debate about that. Okay. And then once we figure that out, we can worry about aliens. It's just like, it would be funny if like people talk about alien rights, but then we can't even decide when a human's a human, And then this whole thing gets absurd. It's just like, what are you talking about here? But yeah, alien rights. Yeah. I don't know. That's the thing, like with this stuff, it's all theoretical at this point. If aliens came on this planet, I wonder if people would even believe it, because like we've seen so many things, fake stuff. PETA would go crazy. I don't know. They care about maybe their mission. I wonder what their mission statement says. Does it say human or does it say terrestrial organisms? Because I wonder if they care about human life as much as they care about animal life. Sorry, I hijacked your platform. No, dude. I welcome the inquiry here. This is good. I like the discussion. NASA could have a mascot. Yeah. I don't know. NASA as an organization, I don't really have much faith in anymore. Like, haven't done anything of significance in a long, long time. And when they did something of significance, it was as a war effort. So it's just like it was a formerly clandestine branch of the military disguised as a civilian organization. That's what it was. So whatever. Here's a crazy thing though. NASA still riding on the clout from the past. Isn't that crazy? Like you'll still see people wearing NASA shirts, NASA hats, whatever, as like a cultural thing. Which I'm not gonna lie, the typeface that they chose back in the day was really, really good. It's sad that they abandoned it and went to the more basic stuff, but it's what it is. Got any other things, Cat Stevens, on your mind aside from aliens, or maybe more commentary on aliens? Like, If they landed on the planet, I think there would be possibly a majority of people who just don't believe it's real. Like if you saw, my bad, I'm messing around with the tripod. Got to bring some excitement here, you know? But like, imagine you see aliens on TV with all the CGI that we've seen these days with movies and TV shows and all that. Would anyone believe it's real? And then what incentive? I don't know. I don't understand. Like, would the government lie about it? Would they hide it? Why would they hide it? Because if they told you there are aliens and we will protect you from them, then, because I can understand an incentive for sharing it because that gives them more power. But to hide it doesn't really make much sense in terms of like the way government typically behaves. I don't think aliens visiting would have good intentions. Hey, ugly, love Pete. How's it going? Mother to my son and 3 Testel triplets, construction king, Susan Sarandon. Nice. Okay. Hello, I'm a relationship expert. Nice, Scott Berry. Author of Body Language, Mind, Body Connection, Hair Color, Bald Father, and Grandpa. Nice. Yeah. Feel free to give any relationship advice in the comments. I'm sure people would love to hear it. And I mean that genuinely because people like talking about relationships. Well, why don't you think aliens would have good intentions, Stevie? My son made my profile. He thinks he's funny. Sorry. No, it's all good. I like funny and weird profiles. Did he come up with the username too? Ugly. I don't even know if I can say this word on live. That's the thing. Like, this is why I hate the censorship. I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, he did not nice. I hate how they censor us because it changes the way we speak. Did you see the documentary Big Bird, Sesame Street? Big Bird was supposed to ride into space. What? As like part of the show or something? Or I don't understand that one. I haven't seen that one. For everyone, don't let your ex-wife stand in the way of your relationship. Whose relationship? With her or with like kids or something? Don't let your ex-wife, or with a different relationship. Is that what you mean? Don't let your ex-wife stand in the way of your relationship. It's true, but it's not nice to publicly expose me. Yeah. Okay. It's not even, okay. I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this, but okay. With your significant other. Okay. Is that a thing that happens with people? Like, if you have an ex-wife, does she get in the way? I can understand why she might, because it's competition, right? Like, she might have left you even, but then as soon as you're with someone else, then it's like, damn, you were supposed to be mine. It's a weird jealousy thing. I think it might be, but interesting. I didn't know ex-wives do that, but good to know, I guess. Are you Muslim by any chance? I was Muslim, I would say. I grew up Muslim. For everyone, date your ex's wife's best friend, but only if you love them. My ex-wife abused my daughter. Eesh. That's the one thing. I don't know if people are ready to have that conversation, Scott, but like how horrible mothers can be to their children. It's the thing people don't talk about, but I think a lot of people know, but no one's willing to say publicly because, you know, women are cherished, whatever. But like, yeah, it's one of those hot things, which I don't mind talking about, by the way. I don't mind. And we actually have an expert right now, someone studying their PhD on like spanking. And she has some strong opinions, or she's studying this stuff. And so if you want to share some information about that, feel free to put it in the chat. But I think that's also a really important conversation. I didn't tell my son's dad about him until he was 10. I could have used some relationship advice. Damn. For everyone, go to sleep. Even if your friend has been in a traumatic situation, catch your bedtime. Don't be selfish. Okay. I'm not trying to be selfish. He didn't deserve to be a dad at the time. I don't know. If one parent is really going through some stuff, I don't know, like dangerous stuff, or maybe they're in unsafe environments, whatever, I can understand. But at the same time, it's like you are like, I don't know. I'm two minds about it. Because like, What if I always like to reverse the genders and see if people would behave differently, you know? So what if it were, I know it's not possible to keep a child a secret from a mom because it literally comes out of her. But what if you could? What if there was a way? Like, would it be okay? And I think if you reverse it, that's it. He's just a man child. That doesn't seem that bad. I'm not trying to be. He didn't deserve to be a dad. Yes, he is a man child for ex-wife. Stop trespassing on my property. I can see cactus. See the cactus. Why is she leaving? I don't understand these. Are these situations you've been in, Scott? And I can't tell if they would be real. That's interesting. Who would leave a cactus on your deck? He was a one-night stand. I was his bartender. Didn't know him. Ooh, the man bagged a bartender. That's a hard thing to do. Guy probably has a lot of game. Not gonna lie, because to bag a female bartender while you're working, he got you while you were working. Whoa, dude must have been either very good looking or had really good game. Oh yeah, he had and a big head too. Yeah, I've lived a long life. Okay, interesting. Yeah, lesson, fellas. If your game's good enough, you can even get the hardest ones. Because that's the thing. Like a woman who's a bartender has seen it all. She's seen guys approach ladies and fail, and how mediocre a lot of you guys, probably including me, at like picking up women that way. But to get you someone who's seen it all and still bag her on a one night, his game must have been great. I tried to paste it, but if you Google Big Bird Challenger, you'll see that he was scheduled. Oh, he was going to go on the Challenger? No way. No way. For those of you who don't know, Challenger is the space shuttle that like blew up on launch. No, that would have been crazy. Yo. Oh my God. Imagine lots of children would have been watching that space shuttle. Oh my God. That's crazy. And it was already a big event because they ended up inviting all these, like, I think there was like a school teacher and like all these, I don't know. That's crazy. Is a one night stand enough time to decide a man isn't ready to be a father? Yeah, I don't know about that because you don't know anything about the guy. That mission, 100%. My ex-wife looks like Big Bird. No, actually, she's beautiful, just a witch. Damn, dude. I don't know. That's unfortunate, I guess. But I'm definitely going to read this History Channel. Big Bird nearly rode on the disastrous Challenger mission. Holy crap. You know what's the funny thing? I actually looked in, I used to work in continuous improvement, engineer, whatever, and the reason why the Challenger disaster happened. And it was avoidable. It was avoidable. But there was some safety issues that were brought up that everyone ignored because this was a whole event, because they were selling this. It's like, oh, we're going to launch it this time, whatever. And they didn't want to do any delays. I think there was a few delays. And then also like timing of shuttle launches and stuff they're very particular about, because it has to be, there's all these windows you have to reach and whatever. But it was a particularly cold morning, and engineers had noted that some of the oil seals in, I think like the tanks or whatever, they basically call it ductile brittle transition, this rubber compound, how below a certain temperature it becomes brittle and it doesn't seal like it's supposed to and have the flexibility. And it turns out they were right. And they're like, yo, there's a risk of this actually failing. I think that was the one. If that's not the one, this might be the tiles issue. I don't know. Don't quote me on this stuff. I know there was also like thermal tiles, but I think this one, no, this one, the Challenger, was it on launch? I don't know. I'll look at it later. But no, actually, I never gifted a man cactus. Yeah, poor Christina was chosen in place. Damn, that's crazy. It's okay though, because my son and his dad share dolphin rides and milkshakes now. We are happy. Are you with him? Are you guys together now? That'd be a great way to end this story. My ex-wife knows I'm allergic to cactus and puts them on my deck to step on. Yeah, where's the restraining order, bro? You should definitely consider a restraining order. That is a threat to your health and safety, man. Where do you live? Well, I live in Austin. Yeah, definitely. The Big Bird documentary is amazing. Yes, he was supposed to be on the Challenger. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why they decided like they were gonna put him in a costume and everything, or like a spacesuit or whatever. That's crazy. That'd be hilarious. Hey, John Marshall, how's it going? So we're talking about the Challenger disaster that Big Bird dodged. That could have been he could have been on there. We're also talking about ex-wives and be careful if they leave a cactus on your porch, especially if you're allergic to them. And then also a one night stand a guy had. He pulled a bartender who's in the chat right now. Did you see the new Barbie movie? No, I haven't seen it. I won't see it honestly. I don't know. It's not. Someone in the chat did mention like Barbie's a movie for white girls. Turns out there's more to this movie than I thought. I thought it was just going to be about the doll and some stupid story or whatever, but apparently there's more to it. Spinny. He got sick and couldn't go. Huh. Good for him, I guess. I'm still a bartender. You can try to pull me. I'm out the game. Sorry. My daughter forced me to go with her. I cried like a baby boy at a baseball game. Wait, what is that a reference to? My daughter forced me to go with her. Oh, Barbie. Okay, yeah. I cried like a baby boy at a baseball. Why? Well, it's a sad movie? I didn't realize it was a sad movie. You know, the way the trailers make it seem like it's like a fun, happy, whatever. Oh, okay. It is Feminism Reigns. What does that mean? Do you have opinions on the movie? Um, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I heard it could be a feminist movie or whatever, but I mean, is that any different from any other movie? That's the thing. Like, I know, like, I guess Barbie was started by like a conservative or Christian family or something, but now, like, the brand, whatever, anytime a corporation gets woke or whatever, they're gonna ruin the IP. They always do, which is why Marvel sucks now and all that. It is Feminism Reigns. Barbie's horse dies at the end. It destroyed me. Really? A horse? It's emotional, especially the storyline about Barbie and her underlying drug addiction. What? How's this a movie for little girls? What? I guess I got to see it now. Damn. It's really deep. Maybe I will see it. I need someone to come with me, though. Um, I don't imagine I want to go do a movie like this by myself. And I know just the person to bring. She'll fall asleep. It's not made for children. Yeah, I bet you there are a lot of parents who went to this movie thinking like, "Oh, this is going to be a summer blockbuster, fun, happy family movie," and then it turns out it's just like all this horrible, deep stuff that maybe you don't want your kids watching. Here's a funny thing: my dad made this mistake once. I don't know if you guys remember, if you're old enough, Titanic was like the movie to watch. It was like, I don't know how to describe it. It used to be the top grossing movie of all time until the Marvel series came out. But it was like deeply popular, super popular. Everyone was watching the Titanic movie. And so my dad didn't realize what the movie was really about. He thought it was like, okay, so it's about the ship that sinks, whatever. Cool. Let me bring my boys. And we were like 9, 10, something like that. And we're in this movie. And obviously, if you've seen the movie, there are some risque scenes or whatever. And I'm sure that was pretty awkward for him. And we were like devout Muslims too. It's just bad. This is really bad. So untrue. Barbie brings to light the patriarchal USA. I don't know. I did watch a movie about or a TikTok clip about patriarchy and how like it's so easy to shit on patriarchy because you have to just focus on the negatives without focusing on the positives that come with patriarchy. which honestly, the biggest thing to come out of a patriarchy is safety, which wouldn't exist in an anarchical world without the patriarchy. So it's like, I don't think people want to live in a world where men just were brutal. Patriarchy is like the check on male masculinity, which can be pretty bad. While Barbie Land, matriarchal. Positives can be said about any bad situation, though. When people shit on things that are traditional, it's usually focusing solely on the negatives, because like the patriarchy is the reason why family law favors women in a big way. It's the reason why by default people will believe you over a man's word. And you might not think that's true, but it is very true. It's the reason why you will have more success in social situations. It's because it's men's testosterone that's driving their behavior, and sort of like a protection thing for women in general, which I think men should get rid of, by the way. I think men have too much of a favorable bias towards women. You should treat them equally. And I don't know if you guys would appreciate it, but I think you deserve to be treated equally. And you might not like the outcome, but it is what it is. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And people think I'm crazy, but I'm just like, no. And so like, I don't know. I remember growing up and how like thirsty and supplicating a lot of the guys I grew up with were towards women. And I'm just like, why are you, and it's just like, it made no sense to me. I'm just like, you would not treat your male peer that way. Why are you treating her that way? And so it's like, where's the equality everyone says they want? And it turns out people actually don't want equality. No wonder I'm the better bald. Here we go. White knight. Awesome. See, I thought you were black. After this conversation, I agree. No wonder you can't pull a bartender. I mean, I don't go to bars, so definitely can't pull a bartender. How old are you? I'm 33. You don't want equality, bro. I don't know if you can say that. I am black. Are you blind? Again, it was just you missed it, but okay. People don't want equality because equality is pretty savage. Equality means you don't get the advantages of the society you live in today, which people ignore because they've been living with it their whole life. But I think women would be more careful about about their criticisms of the world they live in if the advantages went away. So it's about checking your privilege. Tom G, ain't no one watching. Boy, quit looking at the chat. It's TikTok, bro. There are 8 people watching. So and at least you're watching, Tom G, so I appreciate that. 33 is a little young, but I've been told I have an old soul, you know? Yes, because women have so many advantages. They do. They really do. It's kind of crazy that a lot of women are not taking advantage of their advantages, which I don't have a problem with. It's just the realities of the world, but it's just like, yo, like, do you know how many men could capitalize? This is the reason why, like, you know, anytime like you see like big social media or content creators online, there's always like a man behind them running the show, because they're like, because men can be pretty ruthless and savage when it comes to optimization and taking advantage of really favorable situations. It's just like, you know, but it is what it is. People who have privilege never admit that they have it, typically. People in my era feel differently. Fair enough. Word salad. It's not. It's a reality of the situation. It's okay. I don't expect people to realize the advantages that they have. Men have the biggest privilege. I think our biggest privilege is we don't have to fear the world. We don't have to fear the world. So we do have advantages, which is funny because like when I say women have advantages, the presumption is that men don't have advantages either, which isn't what I said. You sound like some soft vegetarian boy. Okay. That is a pretty large privilege. I like that I can walk, like even after this live, I might feel like going for a walk and I can go midnight, whatever, and do my thing and never worry. It's a really big advantage, not gonna lie, it's a really big advantage. But in social situations, it bounces the other way. So, like when you require support from others, which again is a balance of the whole thing. So that's why, like, when people talk about like equality in the truest sense, it's just like you're never going to get there, and nor do I think people even want that. But can you get? And even fairness is a weird thing because, like, hearing people, adults talk about fairness is kind of like, it's kind of weird because life just isn't fair. But I appreciate you, Tom G, for showing up. Yeah, you got a viewer on YouTube. Women have what advantages? Society. Society gives you a lot of advantages. Family court's a big one. Like, by default, you will likely get custody of your kids, which men want custody too, but the default is women get it. When it comes to support from others, people will gladly give it to you, but men got to earn it. That alone makes it's a pretty large advantage. Social situations, social media, being able to appeal to at least half the population off rip just because you're a female is a big advantage, appealing to people, which is why women would do better in social media in other social situations, which is why it's just a shame when women don't capitalize on it. I wish they would. And communication too. Communication. Can you elaborate on the societal advantages that women have that don't take advantage of? It's like a contest of how much someone can say social. No, it's true. It's true. So it is what it is. And who am I competing with? I feel like a lot of these people have never dated women in natural, and yeah, I would say that too. Like if you even dating alone, just mate selection, that alone, the difference is there. Like the work men have to put in, the average man has to put in, which is why, like, when women bring this stuff up, there's like, oh, this guy could do whatever, and this guy did. It's like, he is an exception, not the rule. It is a fucking grind for men. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay. I'm in my 60s, mid 60s, and I never felt I had any advantages. Yeah, because it's like, if it's something you've always had, you don't even question it, you know? Okay, I'm a man and I hear you. Okay, bro. Like, fine, whatever, dude. I agree. Of course, here you guys are just gassing each other up. It is what it is. Obviously, you can admit, Scott, there are some pretty big advantage. Could you at least admit there are some advantages women have that maybe that they take for granted? Like, yeah, all you're doing is talking and not listening. So someone has to. Nah, it's weird how you're just like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not, you know what? I don't want to talk about your relationship, so I'm not going to. Oh man, I have some tea. I need advice. Go ahead, ask your question. The advantages women have are minuscule compared to the value of the advantages men can exercise. Like, what advantages do you think that men have? Too many men question their own issues. I mean, like, if you want to talk about the things like women value emotionality and expressing your feelings and communication, all that, those are things men just cannot do. And I know women always try to tell men like, hey, you guys can express blah, 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 whatever. It's just like, yeah, that's a disadvantage for a man when he does that, because typically people don't respect him after that, which is the one thing men value above a lot of other things, actually. So even just that, there's so many, too many men question their own issues. I can respond, as a woman, I can say that we are so powerful at home. I'm not sure what you mean by powerful, but you do have a lot of influence at home, a lot of influence. And people appeal to women most of the time because most of the money spent by women. Obviously, you guys want better lives. Men can get away with cardboard boxes and simple living, but which is why it's no surprise like most commercials are tailored towards women. Our entertainment's tailored towards women too. Like Barbie movie again. This used to be like one thing, and now it's turned into a feminist movie, even though it pretty much goes against the founding of the whole idea of Barbie. But whatever. What do you think about Travis's new album? I don't even know. I don't listen to Travis, I guess. Do you mean Travis Scott? Why don't we take that into the workplace? Take what into the workplace? Like women, what do you mean? What exactly are you talking about? You guys want to talk about wage gap? Is that what you mean? He's married as well, so I avoid him, and he's super attached to me as well. Wait, did I miss your earlier comment? Hi, man, I have some tea. I need advice. And then your next comment is he's married as well, so I avoid him, and he's super attracted to me as well. Oh, down with the thickness. Oh, I just recognized you are a woman. Okay, so I avoid him, and he's super attracted to me as well. So it's a coworker. It's a coworker, and he wants some. Okay. How did that start? The one fact is women are afraid to approach. I think it's okay. I think it's okay that women can just make selections. It's it's not fair. So what? Like, here's the thing. I understand women aren't going to change. Okay. Like I know a lot of guys, let's see. So why don't we take that into the workplace? Let me see what I missed. I can respond as a woman. I can say that we are so powerful at home. I don't know. If you could retype it, that would be great. But as far as Audible Beard, as far as women approaching it, they're not going to change, which is why you have to work within the balance of how people naturally are, which I also is another thing that the whole equality movement completely misses, how people actually are. So like, that's why you get stupid apps like Bumble that expect women to make the first move. And even when the app requires them to, they still feel some type of way when they do it. It's just like, whatever. Sorry, no, you missed earlier. Audible, in what way? Read up. Kate, we're programmed to approach, but it feels bad to get shut down. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if women know the type of rejection men go through. Like, you guys have no clue. You have no clue the L's men have taken. And here's the thing. I think that's just part of the male experience. I'm not complaining about it, but again, women don't understand it. They're like, "Oh, this one guy wasn't interested in me. I was obviously giving him signals." And it's like, "What were you doing?" I brushed my hair to the side. I was around him at some point. I said hi, and they think that's effort. But they want to talk about equality. Whatever, dude. Whatever. This is how I know they're full of shit. They're not full of shit. They actually believe they're shit. It's just shit. Hey, brother, wife and I are in Florida on vacation. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well too, Eric. That's a great picture. I'm attracted to my chef at work who's like 20 years older, like really attracted, and it's definitely mutual. Also, is this guy married? Is this guy married? Also, guys, if I miss your comments, it might have been blocked by the platform. I don't know how my internet connection is right now, but I'm trying to piece these things together based on what I'm seeing here. It's mutual. And that's the guy you say is married? The giggle about effort. So cute. Yeah. Effort. He's getting mad that I'm not reciprocating, but he's married, so I avoid him. See, I can respect that because it's like yours. No, here's the thing. I respect your behavior in this situation because you don't want to get involved with the married person. Now, do you have any obligation or duty to respect the marriage? You didn't make any vows, but he did. But if he's the type of person who's entertaining the thought of being with you, then he's probably done this before. In which case, like, then you got to think, all right, if you're looking for something long-term and stable and permanent, then probably getting with a guy who is married isn't going to be a good outcome, which is probably what you already know, which is why you're avoiding it and probably he's not liking it either. I get it. I don't know. It seems like some shitty behavior on his part to entertain this stuff, but I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's because women get approached often. Do you think that's it? I think women are in their heads a lot. This is, I think, a big disadvantage that women have. Like, it's so easy for you guys to overthink everything, even to create drama or issues where there are none. Which is why every guy who's been in a relationship with a girl before has just been like, what? What's going on? What happened? I thought we were cool. And she's like, you said that thing. And then it'll be days later where you find out. She's like, oh, she said that thing. You said some whatever. And I was like, I didn't mean it that way. What the fuck? And that's just men and women. Not all women, yeah. I know some women do it far less, but eventually all women. I don't know. I've dated enough women to know this is a consistent pattern. Sure, there are exceptions, but it is what it is. So I think it's the getting in your head. So I think rejection affects women more because it's so easy for you guys to internalize. So you have this deep connection with your emotions. Your emotions are a big part of who you are, women. So it's understandable how it would be more mentally traumatic to get rejections than it is. Pretty tough for guys. Not gonna lie, it's tough. If you've never done it before, I think this is where like fathers should really help their sons understand that a lot of life is just taking L's. A lot of life is just taking L's. And this is actually required for success too. Like, you find all the people in life who are successful, you realize, you look back in their history and like they took a lot of L's, a lot of no's, a lot of rejections. And now they run successful companies, whatever. But even outside of that, like, it's a numbers game and you got to put shots up. And that's what guys are doing when they're approaching women or dating women and stuff like that. But, this is the other side. Kate, men should be approached too. I mean, if they wanted equality, they would do it. But I don't think because it's like, it's nice. It's nice. It's got to be nice as a woman to just be like, if you take care of your presentation, then men will approach you and then you can make the selection. But perhaps there are men who you're like, oh, I want that, but he's not giving you any mind. Then you're like, oh, what do I do? It is what it is. I've learned to accept people as they are, men and women. He's Jamaican and I love Jamaicans. I think that's what you meant. I don't know if he's mad I'm not reciprocating or if he's upset. I'm avoiding him entirely because of my crush. Oh, okay. Not all women, says Kate, and making things awkward. Yeah. My beard bushy as hell, brother. How do I fix it? I'm not sure. My beard bushy as hell too. Beard balm maybe? I don't know. Men are simple-minded, but we want affection. Yeah, men do want affection, but it's a hard thing to admit sometimes, right? Because it's like when you're not getting it. That's also another thing that men have to deal with that I don't think women understand. Because like, you have to get yourself to a point as a man to be able to get women in terms of like the whole companionship thing. And it's not just you can be the type of person who can get one woman. You have to be the type of person who can get women. It doesn't have to be a lot of women. It just has to be enough, like a handful. And then once you get to that point, then you can start. But until you're there, you're getting nothing. So it's like this, it can be this weird negative feedback cycle where if you're not getting any attention or any play at all, then it just feedbacks. This is what they call a drought, a dry spell, for men. And then this is why this term guys use sometimes is slump buster, like it's a slump. And then sometimes you just got to go with sometimes you take some women maybe you normally wouldn't be messing around with, but she'll bust your slump, a slump buster, and just to get out of that funk. I bet you women didn't expect to hear that tonight. Can you Vogue King? I don't know what that means. Hormones rule women's emotions. I see now in my old age. Yeah, that's also another, I think, big disadvantage that women have is the hormonal stuff, especially like I see it all the time with marketing, how easy it is. how easy marketing is used to manipulate women all the time. And it's a huge vulnerability that you have, which, yeah, you want to talk about safety. Yeah, you can talk about physical safety as being a big vulnerable factor for women. But I think even more, I don't know more so, but I think just as important is the mental vulnerability that women have because of your emotions. They can make you feel some type of way about something, present you some information, some stories, some social media post or whatever, used to manipulate your feelings so that you behave in a certain way. And this is how you're sold to a lot of the time, which I'm just like, man, on the one hand, I'm like, why do you guys fall for it? On the other hand, I'm like, that's just how y'all are. So it is what it is. Men like affection too. He was stumbling over his words in front of me. At his age, you think this is manipulative or genuine? I don't know. It could be, but it could also just be like he's nervous around you. I don't know. I don't like the idea of a married man flirting with a single lady who's down with the thickness, you know? That's kind of, I don't know. I don't condone that behavior. So, yeah, you get out of that with age. You are too much. I know I am, Kate. I know I am, but I am entertaining. I'm back. So many conversations, different topics. Yeah. Kate, I assume you're leaning. Leaning which way? I'm not sure what you mean, audible beard, but yeah, relationships, women, men, it is what it is. I accept people as they are, but I'm also not willing to bullshit people about like the things they wish were true, and also deny I would say injustice that men are experiencing a lot these days that are completely ignored because what about women always comes up. You know, it's just like I don't need to talk about women's issue because everybody talks about that shit. Everybody talks about it all the time. Everywhere you go, everyone cares about women. That's also another advantage women have, that people care about them. But as a man, no one really cares about your issues. So I wonder if I could be different and be the one guy who does care. Because, checking privilege and all that, it is what it is. Hello, Matter Dog Learning. You are very honest. I appreciate you. Yeah, I try to give honesty. That's the thing. Like, you might not like what I'm saying, but I'll give it to you as I see it. And I appreciate you, Cat Stevens, for the pushback. That's cool. It makes this interesting. Leaning or learning. Men are becoming women, though. Yeah, that's a problem. Again, but who's telling them to be more like women? Who's telling men to be more like women? It's women. And that's why I think men should learn to just like, stop, hold up. No, I'm going to do me. That's it. It's just like women don't like other women. Why would it make sense to be like women? I hear this all the time. I've heard this from women before. It's just like, I don't really like hanging out with other women. I get it. I get it. It's not fun being friends with other women when you've been friends with men before, because men make but here's the thing. A woman being friends with a man is different than a man being friends with a man, because you have the sexual element there, which both of you try to ignore or pretend doesn't exist, but it does, which is why he treats you differently than he would a male friend. Now, are there men out there who do? I'm sure there are exceptions, but it is what it is. Men have feelings too. Yeah, but we're not supposed to admit that though. So shh. How often do you go live? Once a week, every Sunday. Usually around 8 p.m. Central Time. I get along better with men than women. That's what every woman says though. Every woman says that. Every woman says that. Oh my God. Yeah. Being attracted to a female friend is hard. That's the thing. I've always thought you can't be friends with women because of that reason. Because like, why would you be, if you're a dude and you're spending a lot of time with a girl and you guys are vibing well and the personalities match and you guys enjoy each other's company, why wouldn't it become something that builds attraction into something more? You know? Good night, brother. Appreciate you taking the time. Yeah. Have a good night. Down with the thickness. I hope this situation, I don't know what your plan is. I don't care to tell you to do one way or the other, but I hope it all works out however you expect it to work out. And hopefully I'll see you next week. But I've been thinking about doing this more frequently, so maybe I will once I get the setup more permanent. Negative, Canthal, tilt, gray eyes, type, T20, stage 3-4, Torreson's high inflection. I'm not sure what any of that means, Trenton, and I don't think anybody else knows. Take care. I will. But yeah, I have homegirls who I don't look at like that. Okay. Are they girls you grew up with? Are they girls you grew up? Because I could see that as an exception. It's like you grew up with them. Where are you from? Who day? What do you mean? Where are you from? I'm originally from California. I live in Texas now. I was in love with a close male friend for 10 years and never told him. Damn, why not? Was it the rejection? That would have been too hard. Huh? You see how I tied it all together? But yeah, that sucks. Man, 10 years. That sucks. I remember you used to date my uncle. Okay. I think so. Damn. No, they just not my type. What's your type? White girls? I can see that, DV. I can see you being that type of dude. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus book. Superb. Interesting. From Cincinnati in Albany now. Where in Texas, Kate? Hey, Aiden, how's it going? We're talking about differences between men and women. And women, obviously, in the chat think their lives are so much harder when really, in fact, we all have our own hardships that both men and women deal with, but also individually, we all have our own things to work with through. I'm in Iowa. Name a car for it. Edit. Datsun 240Z. How about that? Datsun 240Z. Man, that's a classic car. I wish they made cars like that are just timeless. If an auto manufacturer made a car like that, it would sell like hotcakes. Problem is with like safety and emission standards would keep a car from like that from ever being built, but it is what it is. Kate, what's good? He probably didn't like you that way. Oh no, I don't know. I think it's worth exploring though. It would have been worth exploring. Are aliens real, my good sir? We had this conversation earlier, so it's a great question to be asking right now. We had a whole debate about it. I don't know if they're real, but I don't even know if it's even worth being concerned about one way or the other. That's true, bro. What car would an alien choose? If I landed on this planet and I needed a mode of transportation, I'd be like, why don't you just use your spaceships? Cars just seem so rudimentary, you know? Chase, I valued his friendship, then to get romantic. See, I don't know. Love 240, but it's outdated. It is. I think you could upgrade the engine. Just do an engine swap with like something. I don't know. Some other. It doesn't have to be the stock, but I just like the styling, man. It's just so classic. The fastback, long hood. It's big enough to, I think, for a modern engine to put in. There was a guy on YouTube, B is for build. He ended up taking a 240 body and put like a BMW engine in it, and the whole dash and everything in there. It's crazy. Electric 240 would be nice too. It would be very nice. And I think it's a lightweight car. Man, it's just a classic car, man. Yeah, dude. I wish people were like that. I wish car companies made stuff like that. Raptor or TRX? Are you talking about trucks? I don't know much about trucks. TRX. Yeah, I don't know much. I don't know. Trucks seem kind of, to me. I'm not much of a truck guy. I like the ride height. If I could get a fastback body on a truck platform, like that would be my dream right there. That would be my dream. And it was done on a rally car, basically. It would be really cool. But that'd be cool. What do y'all drive? I drive a 2013 Hyundai Veloster hatchback. Very practical car, by the way, and turbo, but still low enough compression that you can use regular regular fuel, which was a concern for me. I don't want to pay premium fuel for a fucking Hyundai hatchback. Sent 20 piece. Thanks, man. I guess John Williams Jr. If those are even, I don't know what those are, but whatever. 99 Jeep Wrangler. Ooh, 2016 Mustang GT modified. What kind of mods do you put on it, bro? Mustang GT, nice. Yeah, that era of Mustangs. I dig it. I dig it. What? Modified? Modified in what way? Like, did you do mods on it, or is it just called a modified, GT modified? Because if I do replace the Veloster, it's going to be one I built. Oh, okay, that's what it's called. Okay, I thought you would have put some like, if you're the type of guy, because like I like motorcycles too. So I think I have rebuilt a motorcycle before, and it wasn't really rebuilt. It's just getting it rideable again. But Boeing civilian class Osprey VTOL helicopter, I dig it. If that's your mode of transportation, why not? Fuck it. Vertical takeoff and landing. Let's go. Let's go. It's interesting. Boeing. For those of you who don't know, I studied engineering in college, and I actually have an aerospace degree. And it'd be cool if Boeing did it. They've experimented. They've done experiments with this new commercial jet format. They call it a blended wing body. Basically, you think like the fuselage that's just a tube. What if that was blended into the wings and it basically became like a flying wing? I think it would be really cool because you could really dramatically reduce the cost of airline travel and give people more space in the plane. But there would be way fewer view windows because they would be at the edges, but you could fit way more people. I don't know. And it would be more fuel efficient and everything, but I don't know. You would have to change a lot of the infrastructure around commercial aircrafts and stuff to actually make it work, but whatever. Custom exhaust, tube springs, some other minor things. Okay. That's what's up. Thoughts on hydrogen powered vehicles? Tube tune. Okay. Hydrogen powered vehicles are interesting. I think in order for that to be viable, they're cool, they're clean, but the energy input to actually create the hydrogen, I don't know how it pencils out, if that makes sense. It would be a great way, I guess, as an alternative to electric vehicles. You use solar panels to power the generation of hydrogen, but then you also have to worry about containing all that hydrogen, and obviously people have fears about Hindenburg and stuff like that, which I don't think are valid concerns for the modern world. But things from the past always have a tendency to affect the decisions people make today. As far as adoption and access to hydrogen fuel, the only place you could drive it is in California. And so the problem with hydrogen powered vehicles is not the technology part, but the distribution part, which is the thing that sucks about it. But I don't, it's a cool idea. Water coming out of your exhaust pipe. Why not? It's a cool idea. So that'd be cool. That'd be, yeah. Can I link YouTube? Yeah, go for it. I don't mind. John Williams, hey, how's it going? We're talking about cars and what you're driving, but then also technology and mods you'd make to a vehicle. Like a rally fighter looks really cool. Hey, Bojo, 2K. Do you play 2K? I don't play 2K, but I'm wondering from your username, if that's what you're a fan of. But yeah, a rally fighter. I don't know. I like weird cars or boats or submarines. Let's see. As far as submarines, interesting question. Again, John Williams Jr. I know. I think I've seen you on YouTube, right? It's cool that you're on here too. But submarines, yeah, I used to work in that field. Submarines are cool. Nuclear energy is pretty cool too. Which dream car is a rally fighter, or at least some sort of. It might have to be a custom car, Bojo. It would have to be a custom car that I build myself. I like the act of actually construction and building it. So if I could get like the ride height of a truck, but the styling of a fastback coupe, combine them together. So Rally Fighter is the closest thing I've seen to that. And if you don't know what that is, Google it. It was used in Transformer movies or whatever, but basically it was like this rally car, whatever. It's a pretty cool looking car and it rides high. But as far as submarines, nuclear power is pretty amazing. I think people are sleeping on it, or they just have a lot of fear related to nuclear, which I don't know if Oppenheimer is a good movie to be coming out, at least if that's going to persuade people in a direction of that. But yeah, submarines are pretty interesting because like the fuel that they put in it, at least U.S. submarines, U.S. naval submarines, the fuel that they put in it stay in there the entire life of the ship, 30 years. That's how energy dense nuclear power really is. And if people knew, yeah. Derek Harris, 90s question trivia. You ready? Of course, I'm always ready. I grew up in the 90s, but I was a young kid in the 90s, so I'm gonna need y'all's help with that. What do you think of Elon Musk making self-driving car, and would you drive it? I don't mind. So road trips suck, man. Road trips suck. So if a car could do it, that's cool. I know if I want to drive, like I like motor racing. Like I like watching Formula One, but I think I'm gonna switch to IndyCar because I'm not a fan of. I don't like that one team just has the fastest car, so everyone else is like, okay, I can't fight him I can't fight this guy. He's just too fast, so I'm just gonna let him go. You know what kind of bullshit is that? Let people like actually race. So then, but I also like the engineering aspect of it. But I don't mind the self-driving car. And there's a guy, George Hotz, who has this device, Comma AI. You can go to comma.ai, I think is the URL. And basically it's this device you can hook up to your car's harness through like the mirror or whatever. For modern cars, you know how they have all these sensors on them? Basically, they wrote some software and have this like module that has vision on it, onboard vision, and basically can give you pretty close to self-driving, at least as real as, maybe not as good as Tesla, but pretty fucking good self-driving, but while keeping you still engaged in the aspect of driving. So if I do upgrade my car and get another one, it would definitely be one that's compatible with their Comma AI system. So if you have a car, a later generation car with all the sensors and stuff on it, then could possibly be an option if you're looking for your entry into self-driving cars. Question one, Money Talks or All About the Benjamins? Is that a reference to songs? Because I don't know. I'm not. I started listening to hip hop like 1999 or something. So I don't know that one, Derek Harris. Do you have anything science or physics related? I can answer those. But would you drive a self-driving car, Bojo? Here in Austin, Texas, they have the cruise cars. I see them all the time when I'm out in the street interviewing people. And it's crazy to watch because the cars are, they're pretty cool. Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon? That's easy. Cartoon Network. Easy question. Who chooses Nickelodeon over Cartoon Network? That's crazy. Nah, that's an easy decision. What would you guys choose? I don't ever remember watching Nickelodeon. I watched Disney Channel a lot. That's the thing. Like I was a big fan of Disney Channel. I didn't know Disney was going to become the thing that they are today with all the weird stuff with children and stuff. But Rush Hour or Bad Boys? That's also another easy one. Rush Hour, obviously. Man, that combo, Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. Oh man, unmatched. Which I mean, Bad Boys is pretty good, but Rush Hour definitely is where it's at. Facts, obviously. My brother was like a really, really big fan of Rush Hour. He had the DVD. You guys remember that? Uh, Hey, Alex, how's it going? Have you been here before? I feel like you might have been. Manic Pixie Dream Girl. Nice. Manic. At least she's warning you, fellas. She's warning you. Finals. Oh, you're new? Okay. Welcome. Final 90s question. Go for it, Derek. Go for it. And if since you're new here, we talk about anything and everything. So whatever's on your mind, feel free to leave it in the chat. But we tend to go into deeper conversations, and it's okay to be disagreeable here. Question 4: Fresh Prince or Martin? I never watched Martin, so I can't say how good or bad that was, but I would choose Fresh Prince. I would choose Fresh Prince. Thank you for that, Derek. Thank you. Yeah, so is there anything on your mind, Manic Pixie Girl? Dream Girl? Man, did you like that movie? Was it 500 Days of Summer? Summer. Yeah, Zoe Deschanel always gets casted as the Manic Pixie Girl, right? She always gets casted as that for every show she's in. Do you know what a Manic Pixie Dream Girl is? I looked it up once, but feel free to tell everyone in the chat what exactly that is. It's the thing that, yeah, a stock character type in films. Let's see, yeah. Yes, 500 Days of Summer is great. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a depressing film watching it as a guy because it's just like, man, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like the movie, but let's see. Seems to exist only to provide spiritual or mystical help to the protagonist. Do you feel like you do that in your own life, though? Do you feel like you are a stock character in other people's life to provide spiritual or mystical help to people? Yeah, Manic Pixie Dream Girls bring an appreciation for life. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if guys, maybe do you think you would be a good match for someone who's like super serious? Because to bring some liveliness to an otherwise bleak personality, you know? And I wonder, yeah. I wonder if anybody else here knows what that is. I think there's a balance in that, yeah. Maybe there is a balance in like the way relationships work out. Like you have traits that the other person complements well or brings a whole other side of living life in a interesting and unusual, unfamiliar way that you're not used to, and vice versa. But then also you got to be careful with like negative personalities because that stuff can be really toxic. And I don't blame people for like, cutting people out, which I think more people should do, by the way. More people should consider like, nah, I don't think. Because it's like people are too understanding, especially like the closer that person is to you, the more tolerant people are. I wouldn't say negative personalities are my thing. Yeah, fair. But I think the worst ones are the ones who don't seem like they're obviously negative when they actually are. And this comes usually in forms of sabotage that you don't expect until you really assess people's reasons and why they're in your life. And those are the things, that's something I've really had to learn. Because I don't know, is there a guy version of Manic Pixie Dream Girl? Is there a guy version? What is a Manic Pixie Dream Boy? It's kind of quirky, attractive, and misunderstood guy who values the female protagonist for something that isn't related to her career or personal goals. Okay. That's interesting. More so like someone who is sad or struggling, and I know there's another side of them, then I feel like I want to bring that out. Okay. Do you believe in zodiac signs when it comes to relationships? Absolutely not. But I entertain them when women bring it up. I'm just like, here's the thing. I made a video about this on TikTok where I explain, like, guys, we know it's stupid. We know the zodiac stuff is stupid, but you don't have to burst their bubble over this stuff. You can just play along. Just like, oh yeah, great job. You know, like how when a kid says they're Superman or something, you're like, oh my God. Or like they have super speed and they're running around. You're like, whoa, you're so fast. That's the way I think I should treat zodiac signs and be like, cheery. I have a specific definition on my Instagram. Can't remember off the top of my head. Thank you, Preach. Is that a reference to Abbott and Preach? I hope so. Or are you just saying you agree with me? I thought that was some smoke. I was hoping because I got some thoughts about them too. Hey, Brookie, thank you for the emojis, I guess. I'm not sure what that's an emoji of. Let's see. Show it. I guess it's a picture of something. Chitty Bang Bang 44. Hey, how's it going? Oh man. I don't know. I know, here's the thing. I know it's gonna be, I don't know. I like the format of this where it's just like sort of flexible and we can talk about anything. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it would be worth experimenting to see if I could keep this on a certain topic that people want to talk about. But top 5 favorite movies, I don't know. Like, I think if you asked me that question maybe a year or two ago, I would give you, the basic 5, whatever. But like now I appreciate really good writing and editing. So what's a movie I watched? I'm gonna have to think about that one. I don't know if I can list like favorite movies. There's certain movies I really like The Big Short. I like the way they were able to tell a boring topic in an interesting way. Now, it's not interesting to most people, but for people who are interested in the 2008 crash and the people who were able to make money off of it, it's a great movie, The Big Short. There's some things they left out of the movie, though, which the book isn't as entertaining, funny, weirdly enough, as the movie is. The book was more informative. So at least one of those, The Big Short would be on that top 5. But I'm gonna have to think about the other ones. Do you have a mod? Do you have a mod in your lives? No, I don't. I don't need a mod. I mean, it's only like 8 people, so it's all good. But if there were ever more people, then yeah, I would appreciate it. Clearly not 500 Days. No, I wouldn't say that's a favorite movie of mine. I like movies that make me think or like tell something that's like, I like financial dramas. I don't know why. I like them. And because it's sort of like plays into human behavior, maybe, or like the nuance of how people can, with money, can do some pretty bad things. Or like, what I like movies where there are people who see something that nobody else does. So like Moneyball is also a really good movie. It's, for those of you who aren't familiar, Moneyball is a story about the Oakland A's and how they were one of the small market teams that didn't have a lot of funds. And so, but they were able to put together a baseball team by using sabermetrics, which is basically the statistics of baseball, to identify players that were undervalued on the market and basically getting their contracts at a low price to be able to field a baseball team, and then realizing fundamentally changing the game of baseball. Think of it like, you know how Steph Curry changed basketball with the whole 3-point thing? It's beyond just Steph. It's the team that decided, you know what, 3 points are undervalued. And if you can get their shots in an NBA game, if you can get at least a few players to increase the 3-point percentage, it's a better way of playing basketball. And so they basically did Moneyball too in the game of basketball, but realized like, if you can have some really good 3-point shooters. But basically that's what they did in baseball. And they're like, hey, on base percentage is the most important factor to win baseball games. And here are all these players on the market right now who are undervalued for the amount of on base percentage that they have. And so if we can get those people, we can compete with a team like the New York Yankees, who have a far, far bigger budget. And so that's what they ended up doing, and it's a story of that. And turns out it's good for the regular season, but it's not good for playoffs. But I like where people see things where other people don't. And so, especially movies that challenge typical conventional things, or movies that challenge the way people typically think about things. So, like, what do you do for work? Finance? No, I don't work in finance. I'm still figuring out what I do for work. But doing a lot of social media and software. But I like movies where there are people who see something where everyone else misses, and so deep value. You know, those are the movies that I really like, because I like to think that I'm one of those people, but I'm just too early a lot of the time. I could just be wrong. That's also possible and probable, actually. But those are the big. I don't know. Those the people who see something where nobody else sees. Those are the world-changing type of things, like Brian Chesky from Airbnb, along with his co-founders, who are like, "Yo, what if we start a company where when conventions come into town and all the hotel rooms are booked, what if we got people to rent out air beds in other people's places?" It was supposed to be air beds. That's why it's called Airbnb. It was air beds. And when there aren't enough hotel rooms and you can't find a place to stay, we're going to fill that need, that void of an air bed. Turns out the idea of someone renting out your entire apartment is something people would eventually become comfortable with. So they saw something. They tried a crazy idea, and eventually it turned into this Airbnb, and it's whole market, and it's affecting real estate prices and all that. And you see how it all plays out. So I like things like that. But it's not for a lot of people, though. I think most people, I don't know. What are your top 5, though? Is 500 Days of Summer one of your top 5 movies? And then the rest of you guys, or at least the rest of you guys watching, feel free to put your favorite movie, at least. And we could talk about the plot, because I've been really analyzing movies from an editor's perspective. What I've been doing, I like making music. Hey, Pyro's here. What's up, man? How's it going? I've been watching. I like making instrumentals. I use it in some of my videos sometimes. And what I've been doing is finding movie scenes that I think might fit a certain track, and then cutting it up to match the music, and then posting it on social media. So I just started posting it, so we'll see how the traction works and if this is a way to grow instrumental music. But because I've been doing this a lot, I've gotten a chance to really study the way these films are shot and why they shot it the way they did. Can't complain. Yourself? I'm good, man. Can't complain either. God is good, right? God is good. Wait, what time zone are you in, bro? You usually come on really late. Are you West Coast? That would make sense. No, I didn't visit a Catholic church this weekend. But that's a good, yeah, I should put that on my to-do list, actually. This Sunday, I got to find one here. I'm going to write it down, because I keep forgetting. Sunday mornings, man. I was thinking about this. I think I had a conversation with Jordan earlier. Why are you up so late, bro? Have daily masses, yeah. I'm going to write it for Sunday next week. Catholic Church. Cool. And maybe I'll write it for the day before, too. So check it out. I stay up late. Usually I don't sleep well. That sucks. Do you think it's a problem, or do you want any remedies? I found reading helps for me. I think melatonin works for some people. Turning off devices works for some people. But it's always a joy having you here too. So maybe it's okay. It's okay that you're here. It doesn't have to be a weekend if you just want to try it out. Interesting Oh, they have daily masses. That's what you mean by daily masses? I didn't know that. Is that a thing? They have church on days that aren't Sundays? Church near me. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Lavender oil. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Huh. Definitely gonna have to check one out then. I wonder if they have websites. Do churches have websites? Like, there's so many things I just don't know about churches. So many. Lavender oil. Yeah. Juvie Lover 455. How's it going? There's a lot of churches here. That's cool. They do have websites. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking like, so Sabbath is the day you're not supposed to work, right? The day God rested. Is that it? Feel free to clarify me on any of this, Pyro, since you're the resident theologian. Is that the word? Am I getting the words right? Theologian. Let's see. A person who engages or an expert in theology. Yes, I used that word properly. Nice. But yeah. So first day of the week, Sunday. I don't know. I have some because it's interesting. Like the day of rest for Muslims, I think it's Friday. I don't know if they would call it a day of rest, but I know Jummah and everything. Friday is the holy day for people who practice Judaism. Saturday is the day that they rest, and then Sunday is the day Christians. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. But life of Flint's musician, music maven, epidemiologist, Black Girl Magic, IG Life of Lance. Let me check that out. Do you post your music somewhere? Be pretty cool. Millennial Maven, is that it? Yes, it's the same picture. Free Spirit, Detroiter, Go Blue, SoundCloud, awesome. Found it. I just started posting stuff on SoundCloud too. Nice. I'm gonna check it out after the live. So there you go. Oh my God, you look like someone I know straight up. Really? Do I? Who do I look like? Don't say your father. Mr. needs to shower. I don't think I'll be on live that long today, 3 hours later. It hasn't been 3 hours, bro. 2.5, 2, I think, at this point. My new boyfriend. Unfortunately, I'm taken, but I appreciate the line. That's a pretty good line. Ladies, take notes. Violet the Rat has some good game for you. No, it's fine. It's okay. Like, no, you don't have to apologize for that. But I like that you demonstrated. See, like, because I remember my girl, she was on the podcast and she was explaining, like, because we've mentioned on this live how women have a hard time dating these days, and they're like, how do I find more dates, whatever. And she was giving advice about like women being more forward about their intentions with a guy that they're interested in. And I was trying to tell her, like, you know, girls aren't going to do that. And it is what it is. You got to practice, you know? Yep. I appreciate that. I appreciate the practice. Respect the effort. How long have you and your boyfriend been dating, bro? Of course. Jose has to come in with a little spice because he's from Argentina. That's why, right? Argentina. You got a little spice over here. Oh, I'm so bad at being forward in real life. So bad. See, that's the thing. I think here's the thing. If you can do it virtually, I think maybe dating apps would be good for you. Dating apps would be good for you. I think women might be more receptive to making moves if it's in a virtual space, especially like if you can use a if you can use a profile picture that isn't used. Guatemala, geez, I know it was Guatemala, but we're trolling each other. That's what we're doing here. So, hola, motherfucker. Like, I'll smile at them and be like, that's enough for today. I know. Girls, come on, please. But here's the thing. I think, which is why I think a new dating app would be cool. A dating app that actually taught guys the signals that girls actually give. So not only help you find matches, but also help you guys connect through Instagram. But at the same time, also teach guys like, look, this is what she's going to do when because a lot of guys just don't have the practice that they should be putting in, which again, it's a lot of work and a lot of rejection that they have to deal with. But if you can build an app that is also a dating app, but also an informational product for men. Here we go with the pink shoes. See, I'm not going to thank you for that. He's trying to be funny, guys. But I was thinking like a dating app that let people connect, that was free, or at least as close to free as possible. Informational product, at least on the men's side, to help them set dates and meet girls and whatever. And then also understand the very subtle signals that they give. Most people have two eyebrows. Yours evolved into one. Yes, like a Pokemon. Some people don't evolve. I'm sorry to hear that about you, Jose. Joseph Smith is the last prophet. Okay. Just got the #1 gifter badge. Of course. Sending pink shoes. What do NPC people do for pink shoes, Jose? I know you watch that kind of stuff. You should tell us. I've only been forward once in 5th grade, and I was rejected. So ever since then, yeah. I don't know. Your first interaction could be the one that. Joshua Coleman. Hey, what's up? I'm up this late to vigorously masturbate in peace. We were all calling him daddy last time. That's funny. Thank you for that laugh, man. Tom G was earlier here trying to hate. And it was like, I got a full 8 people watching. What are you talking about? I've only been with women way out of my league. And how's that gone, Jose? How's that gone? I hope well. See, that's the thing. We can have this banter, and I still want the best for you. Connor, Short King, what's up? Are you saying you're a Short King? Or, I mean, there are someone who are into that. LMAO, B-Rock back. No worries. You like Travis Scott? I don't feel any type of way about him. I liked his limited release Nike stuff. I like that he went in a different direction with a bunch of zippers and utilitarian look. I don't know if it was actually a utilitarian product, but it looked cool with a bunch of zippers on it. I don't know why women out of my league gravitate to me. Do you? Yeah. Yeah, that's fire. Yeah, I appreciate the styling. I like people who do edgy stuff. I'm a solid 8-ish, but 10s love me. No such thing as a 10. No such thing as a 10. This is your problem, Jose. You're ranking these women higher than they actually are. No such thing as a 10. I'm majoring in CS this fall, but I haven't coded in ages, and I feel like I'm behind right now. Okay. Just what do you need? What kind of development do you do? And should be something you can brush up on. It's weird, isn't it? Like you can be a CS major and not actually do much coding because it's all theoretical math and stuff, or like infrastructure of computing and stuff like that, memory and all that. It's interesting how I've done some Java and some web dev. Yeah, web dev. I like web dev. I like web dev a lot. It's primarily what I do. Tell your chat to rate my PFP. Is that profile picture? I mean, you could just ask them. They'll do it for you. But okay, guys, Jose is requesting you guys roast his picture. Obviously, he got this whole like MySpace angle going on. So make sure you account for that. And also, he's Argentinian, so maybe that'll help you decide. Unique, hey King, how's it going, Unique? Strong, independent queen. You got a girlfriend? I have a fiance. Um, Jose, nuanced 4.5. Damn. She going. Okay. You know these people that go on live and all these they do is rate profile pics? Really? Is that what people do? Man, why the hell am I wasting my time talking about deep shit? Like I could have like, see, this is the thing. This is the sacrifice I'm making for you guys. I don't want to ever get there. I don't want to ever get there. Where we're doing rating profile pics. Remember, I think you were here last time when the girls wanted to be rated, and I was like, nah. I've never seen a blood pressure monitor like that. Does it play high pitched voice when it goes? It's the microphone that you're hearing. Hey, George, you're a negative 3.7. Oh, you a little spicy with that rating, huh? I was like, not digging. You asked for this, bro. What? I don't know what to tell you. You got a girlfriend, King? I have a fiance. Unique. Autumn, crying. I'm not sure what the crying emojis are for. Are you laughing at George's rating of Jose? Jose, you wouldn't know we aren't in the same league, remember? Oh, damn, she's going back to other chats? Wow. What's up, friend? What's up, Bree? How's it going? It's people like this guy. You remember me? No, I don't, unfortunately, but jog my memory, please. You're not the girl who has that ex-boyfriend who you're longing after, are you? At Jose Brutal? Oh. Al? AI? I'm not sure what you mean. Bree. I'll kiss your forehead, man. Okay. I was joking, but the 4.5 is out of pocket. You know that's a lie. It's not my type of party. You remember me from yesterday from McDonald's? Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, yeah, totally. I asked for 20 nuggets and you only gave me 18. I was wondering why. I don't know what I did to you to deserve that. Because I think I deserve the extra 2 nuggets, but whatever. I got over it. I said it was nuanced. It's okay. At least you guys are, it's cool. Yes, that's me. Who's your favorite X-Men? Mine is Caitlyn Jenner. What? Todd Cranes. Ask the chat to rate your beard. I'll be the first. 4.000021. Sorry, I can't count. Yeah, that's fair. It's okay. I don't do ratings, man. I don't know. Like, I honestly have a hard time caring what people think of me. I have a really hard time. You're a nice guy. You would be wrong. I'm an asshole. Everyone rate his beard. Yeah, everybody rate my beard. Damn. I like your sense of humor. Oh, look at you making friends. It's always her. Try being mean. Okay. I don't know. I can't just force it, you know? It has to just come out. It just has to come out. It's not, oh, we got an Esquire here. Not Roman G. It's the other one. LOL. Polo. Bree, ask him how he feels about unaliving fetuses. That's what people are calling it now? Unaliving? That is an easy way to like offend women. Just tell them, they're babies. Isn't that crazy? It's such an easy way to offend women. Just, they're babies. That's it. 2 words. They're babies. Or the 3 words, they are babies. Told you, well, how do you feel? I mean, yeah, they are babies. Like, you ever heard of a Fisker Karma? Friend has one. Daddy's money. Yep. I remember when the company was first founded, they came to my college campus and they were explaining how theirs is so different and revolutionary, hybrid, whatever. And it turns out like it's a very delicate car because so many systems and it's weird the tunnel that they have in between I think the passenger seats. There's like the tunnel goes all the way through the rear seats, which is weird. Ask him how he feels about the term Black Queen. How do I feel? Black queens are just cope that Black women use. It's a term Black women use to elevate themselves, maybe when they don't deserve to. About passenger princess, I'm not sure what that is. Why do you never get a lineup, bro? I did get a lineup one time. I don't know if you were there on that live though. That's the thing. You might have missed it. But I had like a fresh lineup, dude. I went to a barber and everything. This barber had done the lineup for Rondo, Rajon Rondo. Yeah. Rajon Rondo? Is that how you say it? Whatever. That dude, the basketball player. And I went to his barber, or at least he cut that guy's hair one time. But of course, he rode that clout. And I got him, he did me. Do you like white people? Yeah, sure. The Fisker Karma broke down on our way to a yogurt shop. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, the hybrid, I don't know. It was a cool idea. And it looks, the styling of the car is great. I don't know about the logo. And the idea that you're going to put solar panels on the roof. I should have known when I was in college and they came and talked about it. I should have known how bullshit that was, because like the energy you can get out of that is minuscule. It was just for the marketing, which it is what it is. For those of you who don't know, Fisker Karma, it's basically like a sports hybrid luxury vehicle that decided as an option you can have a solar panel roof, but you can't get enough solar energy to charge the car or get anything useful out of it significant. Ask the chat. You should get a lineup more often. Why are you asking me to ask the chat? You could just ask people, right? Like, if people care about the lineup, they'll tell me, and then I'll just tell them I'm not doing it. So that's what it's like living life on your own terms, Jose. I hope one day you get the privilege of living life like that. But it's just like, here's the thing. I don't know if this is intentionally what I'm doing. It's the microphone, Chris. But I like that I haven't optimized the look yet. I haven't optimized the setup, the lighting, the content even. This is just free form with everything. And if I can get people at least interested in conversations like this, then once we do bring all the setup and the focused conversation and all that, and then I clean up the beard, fix the look and everything, so I can appeal to people's hindbrains of visual stuff, then it's just a walk in the park at that point, and then I can grow faster. But even then, like, I like that this is a place where the fact that you're even in this stream, Jose, is even strange, like, because it's usually just Black women, because obviously they have a type. But Harvey Dent's in the chat. Oh man, I was excited about that for a second. Yeah. And then you're in the chat because you're into Black women. So it's all good, guys. For all the people, you're the white guy who likes Black girls, but you're not technically white. But as far as Black people are concerned, you're basically white. Like, can you say the N-word, Jose? Do your Black friends, do the Black girls you mess with let you say the N-word? Call them the N-word? 4K cam plus high frame FPS scratches people's brains. Yeah. I don't know. Eventually, like, I'll get the setup right. I've been trying to get a stream key from TikTok for a minute now. I haven't been able to do that, but I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time right now. I think I might have to build a streaming app that can multiply my stream across multiple platforms. The fact that you said it's usually just Black women, it is. You don't notice the pattern? I notice it. Like, of course you notice the pattern. It's not just Black women, though. I'll give you that. To be fair, it's not just Black women, but Black women have a type. They like Black men, especially with the glasses, bro. I think the glasses are what does it for a lot of them. Hey, Black Rose, how's it going? What's your commentary on racism? I think it's complicated. but I think people overblow it a lot of the time. My name is Brian. I supply products for dogs. Hit me up. Guys, you guys have dogs? Hit up Black Rose. Do you have a TikTok shop? Feel free to plug it. What about the dude, Black Rose? What about him? Oh, black men like seeing other black men too. Not in a sexual way, but in a, hey, that's me kind of way. And then we have you, Jose, which I don't understand. No, we straight. We don't trust Black Rose. Why? What's wrong with Black Rose? My default is I'm going to think you're okay, and I'm going to plug your stuff, whatever it is. Yeah. So, oh, you can see the cord there. My bad. Come to nursing homes and we'll get you a real woman. Hell no. He looks like Neil deGrasse's dad. Huh. Interesting. I feel like Neil deGrasse looks like my dad. I sell products. I just saw your video about Bumble. Am I weird if I'm unafraid to make the first move? No, I wouldn't say it's weird. You are a manic pixie dream girl. So it's sort of like it fits the vibe that you're giving. Which a lot of the time, like in these movies, it's her who is more, as far as I understand, if I remember 500 Days of Summer correctly, she was the one who was more open and forward than the guy. So it kind of fits your personality. I wouldn't say it's weird. The Black Rose profile pic is undeniably hilarious. Why? Is it something I don't know? I don't know who that is, but I don't know if it's like a thing. Oh, Eternal Sunshine. Those of you who don't know, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That is a movie with Jim Carrey, I think. It's a weird movie. Weird movie. Worst part about door-to-door sales, sold $2,100 worth yesterday. The wife came out and said that they need to think about it and they don't want it now. Damn, that's a bag right there. What is it that you sold again? What repair services, right? Is that it? Damn, that sucks. Clementine, Kate Winslet is the ultimate manic pixie. Eternal Sunshine is definitely top 5. Okay. Home Improvement. Okay. Nice. Yeah, you're in a trade, I think, that will never be replaced by AI. So that's smart on you, Pyro, for sure. Clementine. Eternal Sunshine. Okay. Do all manic pixie dream girls have colored hair? Is that a thing, Alex? I used to love Kate Winslet as a kid. Titanic had me in a chokehold. Really? Oh, that's her? Kate Winslet. Oh, that doesn't age well. Maybe you should, damn. Okay. Yes, except I took a corporate job, so now mine is just brown. Ah, damn. You can't have colored hair in a corporate? I guess not. If you're going to be, I don't know, if you're mostly internal, then it shouldn't matter so much, but it is what it is, I guess. Whitney Lucky, how's it going? Anyone else think love is one of the most powerful things in life? I think a lot of people would agree with you. I think do you mean in the general sense, like just love or romantic love? I work with mostly men of a certain age who are a little old fashioned. Okay. But if you could change it, wait, you said it was, what was it before? If I had to guess, I don't know, you look like you might do purple maybe? You might be a purple haired pixie girl. Already working against a little sexism. Damn. I agree. Love is transformative. Ooh, are we about to have a conversation about love? This will be great. And I mean that seriously. I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. It was blue, then pink, then purple. Purple was my favorite. Yeah. Here's the thing. If it's like a really deep, dark blue, or purple, like midnight blue or purple or something like that, I think you could get away with it. Because then only in like certain types of light or like a really, really bright light, it would look purple, or like at certain angles, but otherwise it's like black. But maybe, I don't know. That'd be interesting. I don't care what anyone believes, atheist, agnostic, etc. Everyone feels a connection to nature and something higher. No matter how much you mask it or push it away, it will always be there. Well said. It's Here's the thing, like it's one of the things that I've learned to like sort of accept of as I've gotten older. I used to be a very like stoic. Emotionality is not a thing that I want to be concerned with and all that, but definitely as I've grown older, I've grown an appreciation for love, and then seeing it in the world, despite some of the resistance those who are professing love for the world are getting, which is a tough thing, but I guess it's part of the Christian experience. Like you see what's going on with Kanye and stuff, talking about love and all the hate he gets for that, when he really means love everybody, including bad people. Are you a fan of Crayola hair? I'm feeling some fandom. Crayola hair? What's Crayola hair? Is that what it's called? I don't feel any. I mean, I'm cool with like artsy people. Like, I like people who stand out a little bit. Not that I would. I think it would be pretty cool if, like, I'm starting to get some gray hairs in my beard. Like, you might see here, there, but as soon as I start getting enough gray hairs, I might. I don't know if I would. I wouldn't do any colors, but I would do like henna. It's the country I'm from, the cultural background I come from. It's a common thing, but I think it'd be cool to put it in my beard and then have like red hairs or like orange, deep orange hairs that stick out among the black. That'd be pretty cool. I've seen some like older uncles and family, whatever, who do that with beards or like their hair or something. And this is a fly look, not gonna lie. And it's like sets you apart a little bit. It's kind of cool. Oh, it's what you call it, Crayola hair. Emotion is a gift. Sometimes we need to be sad, happy, or angry. We just have to be careful to not let our emotions have us in a state of drunkenness. We can't let it alter our choices. I agree. Yeah. Where am I from? Originally from California, but I'm in Texas right now. But I'm experiencing Texas summer right now, and I don't know if it's gonna be compatible with me long term. I don't know. Emotion is a gift. Sometimes we need to be sad, happy, or angry. We just have to be careful. Oh yeah, I read that already. Um, Pyro, how would you suggest someone get better at emotion? Logic should always be chosen over emotion in this said scenario. Just accept it. Stop denying emotion. Take it for what it is. Experience it. Come to Philly. Yeah, I might. I don't know. Philly. I'll put it on the list. I'll put it on the list, Alex. I am looking for places to settle down. But I like that. Stop denying emotion. Take it for what it is. Experience it. Yeah, that's a hard thing to do when you're so used to like suppressing. Here's the thing. I used to be a very emotional kid, and it's something I like, angry and like it was, yeah. If I were that way as an adult, I would not be a functioning person. But I don't know. As I grew older, I learned to like suppress it, but slowly a lot of it's been coming out through experiences in life and the person I'm with and all that, which has been interesting to explore. But also at the same time, a part of me is just like, I don't know. It's hard to get through. Philly winters are too rough. Yeah, so I guess I'm looking for a place that is warm, not too warm and not too cold. We're looking for a Goldilocks city, which I don't know if there is a city in America. I'm going to have to do some more research. Emotion is powerful. Emotion brings our different parts of ourselves. We can always improve these parts. Yeah. We had no snow here last year. No Northeast. If you're wondering why Jordan is so opinionated about this, is she's my fiance, and she supported him enough to watch these lives, even though she should probably be writing some stuff right now. but she's just waiting for me. But it's okay. It's okay. Plus, I like fall and spring so much. Lived in Florida for 6 years. Awful. Yeah, I don't know if I could deal with the humidity. Mike, I'm keeping your hoodie from the other night. Okay. I don't wear hoodies, but okay. South Carolina is warm, but the winters aren't bad. Rarely ever snow. Huh. Carolina. Interesting. Might consider that. Have you tried McDonald's fish biscuit? Is that a thing? Is that like the fish fillet? Hey, do you still want an unpopular opinion? Yep, always. There are unpopular opinions get special priority here because it makes for interesting discussion. So go for it, JW. Using ChatGPT to send emails. Of course, of course. Fried condoms are not only healthy, but also affordable. I'm not sure what you mean by fried condoms. Do you mean, is that a term for some type of food, or do you mean it jokingly? Booker T just joined. Man, Booker T Washington's autobiography is a read for sure. My wife keeps eating batteries. Okay. The strange man in Walmart bathroom touched me with his oily Johnson again. Smear beast. Okay. Unpopular opinion. Loss of loved ones is necessary in life. Yes, it's hurtful, but we learn so much. Yeah, that is. I don't know. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. I just haven't had the experience of losing loved ones like that yet. And I know it's going to be coming. And I haven't given it much thought, but as I get older, I realize that's more and more true. And I don't know how I'll handle it. I don't know. Hey, Kimberly A. Ball, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Unpopular opinion, hot dogs are better than burgers. Hot dogs are, like, homemade hot dogs are better than homemade burgers, for sure. For sure. But as far as like when you go out to a restaurant or something, I don't know if that's true. But maybe that's the theme of these conversations, unpopular opinions. I like that. I like that theme. I could just put unpopular opinions up top, unpopular opinions prioritized or welcomed or something like that, so we can have interesting discussions. I suddenly lost my father. It was kind of weird. I didn't know how to react. He wasn't there for... We'll wait for the second half. I love chili fox. Chili dogs, you mean? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a chili dog. But like, I feel like that's a really messy food because it's just like, how do you eat it with the chili going all over the place? You would probably have to have a really thick chili to make it work properly. Let's read Pyros. I suddenly lost my father. It was kind of weird. I didn't know how to react. He wasn't there for most of my life. I didn't really know how to react, but reacted with grief. I felt. Hey, Amy, yes. Oh, thank you for the rose, Vicky. What? Oh my God, chili dogs are chili cheese dogs. Oh, so you add cheese to it too? Are amazing. Huh. Sounds like it. Oh man. I'm just thinking, I was in Chicago and I forgot to go to the hot dog place where they yell at you when they serve you food. Man. Hope I had, let's see, reacted. I felt that the hope I had of him ever coming back was gone. Took a while for me to realize that he was gone. Damn. Oh my God. That's, yeah. I don't know what that would be like to go through. Forever, I was sad and depressed, and I still loved him and wished he was with me. Unpopular opinion, Chinese food is not good. I can see some people saying that with the artificial flavoring of MSG. I don't know what it is, but apparently it makes the food taste good. Sensitive prayers for you. Chair. Yeah. That must have been rough. How old were you when this happened? You seem so kind. Interesting. Some people say I'm... okay, I appreciate it. I'm just going to take it. I appreciate it. do I still miss him and love him, but I felt that it taught me that even if they aren't there. I like how you number your comments. It's so organized. So organized. I appreciate it. User 944. Okay. I think I've been on for 2.5 hours. I might give it another 10 minutes. But I appreciate everyone who's been on here. There's still love because after all he was my father, it's just kind of hard to explain. Yeah. I don't know. I can see that. Love. Love is interesting because, like, at least the brief reading I've done of the Bible and stuff and how I've heard it explained, it's like if we were to live as Jesus lived and love everyone, even your enemies and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It came so suddenly, all hope I had was lost and all fears came true. But it taught me that let's see, we should still love the ones that aren't there and try to reconnect with them. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to have to give that some thought. Pyro, were you able to process the hope you had while he was here? Interesting question. Hey, Kirko, how's it going? And because I never tried to reconnect, and in some way I blame myself for his loss. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I guess with death, it's like things, you can't make up for things. It's permanent. And I think in, like, most things in life aren't permanent in that way. So it's tough. I don't know. I haven't known a lot of instances in my life that are that permanent yet. Because if I was there, I might have been able to change things. So there's guilt, grief. You think? You think you could have changed things? Obviously, I don't know the situation, but I don't know if that's because, like, one of the things I've learned to accept is that people are who they are. And as much as you want people to change, even to better for themselves, it's like it's always a personal decision. So, hey, Dennis Hamilton. Sadness in his memory, but I have to move on and realize that once they're gone, they're gone. Yeah. He died of an overdose. Damn. But I still feel that I might have been able to stop him. I don't know. Addiction, at least I can't say I have any direct experience with it, but this is one guy I listened to, a podcaster who had a stepson overdose and died from it. And I don't know. Addiction is one of those tough things that it's like you want to help them, and I don't know if it's even possible. I never really fully understood and processed it. Yeah. And never be able to. Yeah. That sucks. Absolute. Hey, Dad. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Absolute? No bio. Okay. This feels bad, man, that I had no closure, no last words, no last moment of love, just the worst thing at the worst time. I don't know. Like, you said, let's see, he died of an overdose. Ah, man. That's the tough thing because it's like, I guess if you got a chance to interact with him, I don't know. I don't know if like if I had a son and I was addicted to something, I don't know if, but addiction is a weird thing because it's like it controls you. You've become a slave to a substance. And so all the things you know about that person, I don't know if they're even valid anymore because you can have all these ideas about them, but how they are is fundamentally different than who they were before the addiction. Honestly, I don't even feel comfortable speaking on it because I don't have any direct experience, but from the people I've heard, I just wish I could have talked to him one more time. That's understandable. Can I ask you a weird question? Absolute, go for it. Feel free. Feel free to ask. Kelly, how do people put all these like emojis in their names with stars and whatever? That's interesting. But go ahead, Absolute. Ask your question. A weird question. Weird questions actually get priority here. And I think I'm running on empty too, so I don't mean to bring everyone down, but it's just something I still have a lot of feelings about. No, that's fair enough. It's fair. When's your birthday? It's in January. Are you thinking like zodiac signs? Is that what you're doing, Fred? And I still don't understand a lot of it. Yeah. Oh, you sent a cat. Nice. Thank you. I guess. I don't know. Should I do some like NPC stuff? Oh, it's your birthday? Nice. How old are you? I put Fred in friend, a busybody. Find me in your comments. Found you, bro. Found you. Happy birthday, man. Yes. Happy birthday. Oh, I know it's 15 when he's passed. Okay. Yeah, that's still pretty young. What'd you end up doing today, Fred? Did you secure a lot of free goods and services from a lot of vendors? Thanks, bro. Hope you have a great birthday. Best we can do is send positive things. Yeah, I like the idea. Positive vibes. But the weird thing is, I don't mind negative vibes either because I try not to let the negative vibes affect me, but I try to like judo flip them into positive things. So haters are one of my favorite things about TikTok and just live streaming. It's one of those nights my mind is racing too fast, reading data structures until I fall asleep. Really? Huh. Okay. Well, are you planning on building something or you're just curious about data structures? No, I literally spent my day at an animal shelter helping out, but it was awesome. Nice. Nice. Wow. That's really cool. Be right back. No worries, Pyro. Reading data structures. Interesting. Or is it for school? It'd be interesting if you're just reading data structures because you're curious. That's not something a lot of people end up doing. Alan, how are you? I am good. How are you, Alan? Flame needs some advice. Sure, ask your questions if you have it. Everyone in the chat will be happy to help you. Honestly, if we're here, what's the point if we aren't kind to each other? That's a very good point, Fred. It's a very good point. How do I get over a breakup when I have questions that will never be able to be answered? Are they like, do they block your number or something? And if that's the case, then just learn to let it go. Learn to let it go. One of my professors let me take it since he had a newer edition and I read it and I read it from time to time. You will never get the answer you want, my friend. I agree with Fred. Yeah. If everyone check out my latest TikTok, Everybody, check out their latest TikTok, SoundCloud link, and Instagram bio. I want to know if my man cheated. I have that gut feeling, not blocked, but no contact. Oh, so you're the one who ended it. I mean, if it's ended, it's ended. Like, does it matter? Like, you can assume he cheated, or you can assume he didn't cheat. I don't think it matters in the end. Oh, he ended it with you. Oh, that's why you want to know. Um, I don't know. Like, did he seem like the type of person who would cheat? I mean, it doesn't really matter if the relationship's done. The relationship's done. I wouldn't. I would learn to let it go, because part of the breaking up. If he here's the way I see it. If he did cheat, then him breaking up with you was proactive, or maybe he, whatever. In which case, he just left you hanging with this question, which is even shittier to do. So it's like, don't play into the power games. You can just wish them the best genuinely. I barely use textbooks in my classes. GitHub and Stack Overflow do the job usually. Yeah, Stack Overflow is the best. Unless you're searching something really, really unique, or a library that a lot of people don't use. Like what I'm going through right now is SSDP, Simple Service Device Protocol, to figure out like devices on a network, because I'm working on this whole camera API thing, and there isn't a lot of documentation on it. So I'm literally just trying to figure this out and how to get this to work from a browser, which I don't know if it's even possible, but whatever. I'm trying to figure it out. When you're able to forgive genuinely, it won't matter. He ended it with me. Hey, I feel like he slept with someone, then slept with me. Hid the life out of his phone. I'm not sure what you mean. Hid the life out of his phone. I'm great. Love that your day was good. Sorry, but I gotta go. Just wanted to spread some positivity. No worries, Alan. Appreciate it. But the coding interview book is like scripture for lead code. Huh. I don't understand why lead code is. I guess you want people who can solve problems off the top of their head, but I mean, it's like the SAT stuff. It's like, okay, you trained at solving these types of problems, but that's not going to help you make infrastructure decisions about like, okay, if I got to build this app, how am I going to structure this many-to-many relationship between users and customers or whatever, Like, how do you organize all that information? How do you future-proof it? I think a lot of business apps and SaaSes are basic functions. They're not doing anything revolutionary. But then when you do have to do something like, all right, we're going to be building this video editing service through the browser, so we got to like modify FFmpeg source code to work, or WebAssembly or something, and figure this whatever. I don't know, but that's a different thing. And leak code isn't going to help you figure out that kind of stuff. Cheating doesn't matter. Letting go is what your lesson is. I love that. It's hard though. It is hard. Good evening, love 79. It's your first breakup. Do you think that Russia will invade Poland? Doesn't sound like something they'd have an interest in doing. It's like, why would you invite the world to come after you? It doesn't make any sense. It's just like, yeah, it's just taunting Russia, I think, is what's happening. If there is more of this stuff. I speak 3 languages and have 0 idea of what you're saying. Hello, how's it going? User 6206 hid the F out of his phone. Wait, what do you mean? You hid it from him? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. How did I end up here? I'm an illustrator, but the algorithm's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this algorithm's been weird, especially because they've been promoting TikTok Shop a lot. I haven't promoted anything through that yet, but soon enough I will be one of those. Yeah, when it comes to more obscure topics in engineering, shit gets ropey real fast. Yeah. So I don't understand what like leak code's supposed to help you. It's like, all right, you figured out how to solve this certain type of like puzzles, but like being able to solve a Rubik's Cube isn't going to help you solve complex problems in some other space, It never made sense to me, but whatever. It's like, how else are they going to test you? You know, I guess they want to know your speed. So speed is important, and I would say I'm a pretty slow coder. But honestly, I don't even enjoy coding that much. I just enjoy the idea of what I can build with it. So I grind my way through it. What's on my shirt? That's the microphone. You're saying TY. I just came to say happy birthday, but the way I know I'm meant to come here. Okay. What's the name of the bystander show with the Samoan host? What's the name of the bystander show with the Samoan host? I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to give me some more details there. What do you look for in a man? Shit. I don't know if that's a question to me or other people in the chat, but it's a good question for the chat for sure. Hola, Primo. Can you make me mod? No, I cannot. I don't even know how to do it, honestly. I don't even think speed is relevant when you ask most software engineers. They barely have enough work for a full day. Here's the thing. I always thought, like, for the competent engineers who are like highly technical, you don't need them working on busy work. You just need them training, like firefighters. I like walking a lot, and I saw that firefighters just chilling after they cleaned their trucks and everything and did all the tasks that they had to do. They were just chilling, right? And I was like, that's what like highly technical, competent software engineers should be, or just highly technical people in a company. They're just training. They're training and their maintenance, and they're just chilling most of the time, and then doing training so they can up their skills. And then when you come up with the idea that's right for the market, that's going to be the next direction for your company in a big way, then you're like, all right, guys, now we need you all to play. This is an emergency situation. And you hit those sirens, you get on those fire trucks, and you go and solve that problem and build that thing or put that fire out or something. You know, emergency situations, game situations. I'm asking you. Not what am I looking for in a man? Nothing. You told me about a show related to child maltreatment. What Would You Do? It's called What Would You Do? You guys remember this ABC show? What Would You Do? ABC show, yeah. Where they tested people. Basically, it was social experiments, but in a more professional way, more structured way. It's filmed for television, and then YouTubers started doing. But then the YouTuber stuff is mostly fake. If you hold down on my profile and make a mod, cool trick happens. Sure, I'm sure. We should always be sharpening the blade for the times where we need to start cutting. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see if this method plays out. But like when you find the right opportunity, that's when you just really just go in. But then at the same time, you should always sharpening the blade is what I'd say. Yeah, sharpening the blade. But now trying to work my way through understanding. I think I like networking. Of all the software stuff I've dabbled in, networking I think is my favorite. Back-end stuff for sure. YouTubers should collab on a Stanford prison experiment. That would actually be hilarious. What if GDeon did that? GDeon. I think he'd be perfect because he did that whole The Biggest Menace series with Nico. That I think was a masterpiece of YouTube videos. The whole series and everything. That could be easily a great Netflix series. But I don't think Netflix has the balls to do a show like that. But god damn, this is YouTubers making a show like this. Crazy. I didn't fully understand networking until you learn gray code stuff in Discrete. I'm gonna have to look that up. Gray code. What the hell is gray code? From a binary that uses different method of incrementing from one number to the next. Huh. I'm gonna have to look this up. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Wow. All right. I'm back in this hoe. uh, that's cool. I don't know. Once my other account that's related to content creation and software gets over 1,000 followers, I'll start live streaming there too. It would be dope to have more conversations like this. Because I'm still a very, very much a novice still on a lot of stuff, and I don't code as much as I should. But I do. It's just, man, every time I think something should work the way I expect it to, it doesn't, which just tells me I don't understand it well, which means I have to learn more. Because I also have this idea, like, you probably know about Pi-hole, right, Kirko? Basically, it's just a DNS filter for your network. But I was thinking, like, what if you can actually see traffic, unencrypted traffic from a device that you connect to your Wi-Fi network, which would require some sort of like man in the middle kind of situation. But then that would allow you to do like ad blocking and for all traffic that's coming through that network. So like think about network-wide ad blockers, but for your home, but also I think corporate, it would have a corporate use too, because it would, I think, protect the system a little better, but I don't know. Like when you visualize a network, it's supposed to look like a bunch of hypercubes. Huh. So that stuff from Hackers was real. The one with Angelina Jolie. Position encoders. Yeah, I'm going to have to read up on this. Interesting. Thank you for that. I think this live is too damn smart for me. No, we talk about anything, Kayla, so you're still welcome here. Eventually, once my other account has live access, I'll save it for that. Be my one and only one. That would be dope. Yeah, that would be dope. And I thought about it because, like, I experimented. So the first company I tried to start was with some friends who wanted. Fucking ambitious, man. A telecommunications company for home internet in rural areas. So if you live in a big city, you don't know, you take for granted your access to internet. Like, but in rural settings, even just outside of major cities, internet access, that last mile problem. A lot of these internet service providers don't have an incentive to provide internet to people in rural areas, obviously, because of all the infrastructure you have to put in the ground to actually deal with this last mile problem. And so the idea was we'd start a company, which is not a new idea, but tailored around rural internet service, which affects 25 million homes, but rural internet service, and using cell towers as a way to, for their internet, basically. And so they have these routers that you can actually plug a SIM card into, and it uses OpenWRT. And I started messing around with that. This is when I had zero software experience, and I was just like, you know what, this is a real problem people have. Let's go solve it, and we can make money off of this. And then I try to get partnerships with like AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and all that, and we just got swerved a lot. And then now Elon has Starlink, so maybe it was a good thing that we didn't continue pursuing it, but I thought it was a cool idea. But then when I was messing around with that, I was like, oh shit, I can actually install libraries and add-ons to this OpenWRT. People have made all this stuff. So I was like, ooh, what about ad block? And it turns out it's a thing. So I was like, ooh, what about network-wide ad block? And like, imagine you're watching YouTube on your phone, on your tablet, on your TV, and no ads because it blocks all the ads. And then I looked into YouTube and how they serve their ads, and they serve it from the same domain as they serve their regular YouTube content. And so you need to be able to see the internet traffic in order to distinguish between the ads and the actual video that someone wants to watch, which is why Pi-hole and network DNS blockers don't work typically with YouTube, because they can't tell the difference. But it works in a browser because your browser can see unencrypted traffic. And so then it can cross-reference that with a block list and block those things. And so you might need some sort of man-in-the-middle sort of way, that a device that can see the traffic, which all of it's encrypted. And so you have to get around that. And then I started learning about encryption, all that, so whatever. But who's looking Bro, I literally tried doing that with my friends for a goat herder in South Africa. Yeah, who was looking for reliable internet. Yeah, exactly. But this is in America too. In America, like if you live in not even that far outside of a moderately sized city, like it could be hard. Or like if you only have one internet service provider and it's shitty internet, and then if you like live even just mild, like I lived in upstate New York, and there are people there who had to use satellite internet, and if you've done any research on it, it's pretty shitty internet service. So Starlink is breaking all that. They're actually giving reliable internet via satellite, but cell towers. And then I got into the whole cell tower technology and the backhaul that's connected to it, doing calculations about how much data, how many gigabits average or how many megabits per second the average home would need to provide all the needs for a certain number of devices. All this, I got into it big, bro. You look like a YouTuber right now. Do I look like Gideon or DeMarcus Cousins III? I hope so. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I'm gonna listen intently. Never know when I'm gonna need this info. Yeah. And let's say you do live in a rural area and you're looking for internet and you have a cell provider. Cool thing is like, and you look at the peak times of internet usage, it coincides with the habits that society typically has. So like cell towers can be more utilized more effectively if you combine. So like everyone in a household, like a 4-person household, might have a cell phone that are all connected to a cell tower. The limiting factor for a cell tower is not the backhaul, it's the number of simultaneous connections. And so at least from my research, I might be wrong, but so if you can reduce that number of connections into one by the entire household just connecting to the Wi-Fi network, which your router connects to the cell tower via SIM card, it's just one connection. So you can increase the throughput of your backhaul, whatever. Broke MTR. Who's MTR? Is that modern? What's that guy's? Mediocre tutorial and reviews? No, fuck that guy. Actually, no, not fuck that guy. I honestly kind of mid, honestly. What's up? Whatever the bullshit. Whatever. I don't do that relationship reaction stuff. I think it could work similarly how Xfinity Access works across all devices on a network. Huh. Xfinity Access. And I think it would be cool. Here's the thing. In order for this to work, free internet from Xfinity. I think in order for people to adopt something like this, some network-wide ad blocker, it would have to be a hardware device. Although you can probably do it via software alone, I think it's asking people too much to configure Wi-Fi router settings and stuff. So it should be as simple as you plug it into literally in between the Ethernet cable and then that into your Wi-Fi box. And then it literally just filters it all. I think it has to be that simple in order for people to adopt it. And then it would be cool if you can get the unit price to around $10. And it would be cool if I could work on this project one day, but I'm working on other stuff right now. But that would be really cool. I don't think the demand is there right now because people are so used to just paying for like YouTube, whatever, and all that stuff. But I think it'd be a really big fuck you to YouTube and Google to build something like that, to block all their ads. I like the idea of that, trolling them. Yeah, a lot of rural areas are damn near in the Stone Age still in comparison. Yeah, like big city folk don't understand. And so there's a whole opportunity for that. And I try to work with T-Mobile to give them access, and was getting swerved by T-Mobile because they were launching their own home internet service, which they ended up doing, and they do now. So we were ahead of the game, but not ahead enough to be a first mover, which sucks. But I thought it was a pretty dope idea. And I know it because I was living that way instead, because I think Spectrum was servicing internet in my area at the time. And I was like, you know what? In order for me to understand this problem, I have to live the way they do. So let me try this. Let me buy a router. And this is apparently what they do in like third world countries too. There was a router and I bought a SIM card from T-Mobile, was using that as my home internet, and it was working fine. I was getting decent numbers, 30 megabits per second, whatever. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's more than enough. Like for streaming video, you need about a little under 10 megabits, and that's primarily. It's not like I was moving a lot of information, and so that was working for me. And I remember Spectrum representative knocking on my door because I guess they have a role of they know who is subscribed and who isn't in their service area, and they knock. It's like, hey, notice you don't have any internet service. Have you thought about Spectrum? As if there's another choice. It's only them. And I was like, no, I'm good. I already have internet. He's like, really? Who are you running with? I was like, I'm doing T-Mobile. He's like, what? I remember that look on his face. Like, I didn't know they had an home internet. I was like, yeah, I'm doing something weird. It was so weird. It's so weird, but it is what it is. Mocha adapter. Motorola Mocha adapter for Ethernet. Yeah, sort of something like this. Let's see. Uses home coaxial cable. Okay. Yeah, sort of like that. An in-between device. And I think it'd be cool if like you can get it to work on something as cheap as a Raspberry Pi Zero. So it literally costs $5. And then if you turned it into a recurring service subscription, like $10 a month for no ads on any device at home, it might be an easy sell. And then on the first month of payment of the subscription, you make back the cost of the device. I think that'd be pretty cool. But I don't know if you can get, but then I was looking at like, are there any microcontrollers or programmable microcontrollers that have dual Ethernet RJ45 jacks and stuff? I went deep into it, bro. I should not have, but whatever. It's a fun idea, and I think it'd be cool to have lives dedicated to technology. And I think that would be cool to do on my business account once I get it up to over 1,000 subscribers or followers. Similar to Mocha adapter, I guess. Yeah, in rural areas, it's usually some podunk company running the show. Yeah, usually it's. Brother, I need a supplier. I wish to buy one torpedo. There's a weapon shipment. Okay, now you're just trying to get the live band, which I'm about to end anyway, so it's okay. You are the plot of the universe and Goji Berry named Shanti. I don't know what any of that means. I'm down for the think tank. Yeah, here's the thing. I come up with all these ideas, but I don't have the skills yet to actually make them real. So I'm like, if I'm not doing anything with it, I'm sure there are people out there who can do something with it, or at least have the skills to make at least part of it happen. And if people want to collab and I can come up with the funding or whatever, I don't know. I'm willing to do the parts that I like the technical part, but I think I'm more of a Steve Jobs type where I come up with all these ideas. I understand the tech, but maybe I'm not the person who should be building it because I'm like the jack of all trades person is what it is. So maybe I can build an MVP, but I can't build a final product. And so I think that'd be pretty cool, just giving ideas away or even collaborating with people. It's like, yo, wouldn't this be cool if this thing existed? Is there demand for this? Let me put up a card web page and run some ads to it to see what the demand looks like. And then share the data with people on live, just like, hey, looks like there's a certain market segment for this. What would it take to build an MVP? And then start looking into it. Maybe even like do live coding sessions where we're talking about building products for people. And then someone out there is like, yo, I actually have a lot of experience in this. I can build a finished product. And it's like, all right, go for it, bro. And then incorporate the whole thing and then turn it into like this whole crowdsourced design outfit for software and hardware products or whatever. I think that'd be really cool, but that's a long-term vision. Not even long-term. I'm hoping within the next year that'd be cool. But I have to. And here's the thing: I understand software engineers. I also understand engineers in general, and they don't really want to be led by someone who doesn't understand the tech too. Which is why I have to understand the tech, and it's why it's like whatever. I don't know. It's a lot going on, and I know this really isn't the audience for it, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that should exist that don't, that we can build. So that'd be cool. I'm very serious. I need it shipped to East Africa, Kenya, Somalia area. Okay. What are you blubbering about? Technology. And a way to block ads on all the devices that you watch as a way to stick the middle finger to Google. TRS to TRS cable, motherfucker. I know what you're talking about. That's the funny thing. It's like, yeah, I know that pain. Right now I'm finishing up a project I delayed. I don't know why, but I'm finishing up. I'm trying to finish up just the way it's a simple Electron app that uses a Node.js library for YouTube downloader, YouTube DL, that I'm hoping could be useful for all these music producers who pull music to sample off of YouTube. Right now, the only options you have is using some web interface that's like flooded with ads or and stuff like that. And I'm like, I could just build an Electron app. You guys can download it, install it on your computer, and then I don't have to worry about hosting the thing. So I can basically make it free, and people can use it. And then I would do one for video too. So for like all the editors who need B-roll or who are doing commentary, which is what I do. I use the library through the command line, but that's not an easy ask for the average person to like open up the terminal, type this command to download this YouTube video, you know? So like, what if I can make it easier? You know, small little tools like that is how I'm going to start and see if I can build it, see what the market demand looks like, and then see if I can build something that's marketable and useful for people. That would be extremely dope. I think it would give a lot of people the ability to stretch out. A lot of people are doing monotonous shit and want something else to do, even if there's no pay. Yeah. And that's the best part about this, bro, Kirko, the best part about this is it would be dope if I can start these projects, figure out a way to monetize them, and then give pieces of them back to the people. Because I think the thing with open source is like all this work, free work is out there that corporations take advantage of all the time. And the people who actually did the work never get a piece of it. So it's like, fuck that. No, what if I can give you a piece of it? What if I can give you a piece of it? And I don't care about money that much. So even ownership, I can just like spin up all these like fucking small companies that, hey, here's what we do. We sell the software, and the funds, the proceeds from that go split among these people who worked on the project, and then let them make some money, but also exercise their brains a little bit. Cause like, I think you're right. The monotonous shit it's like, let's build interesting stuff. I think the future of phones and apps and app stores and everything like that's going to change too. This is my guess as I would say novice in all this stuff, but I don't know, the way I see it, I'm like, bro, so many things could change if people but then also I'm realizing the value of like market testing and understanding what people actually want. And so I've gone through the pain of building something that nobody wants. And so then you put all this effort and time. So I think if you can pair these technical people with business types and creative types, you can have like beautiful combinations of things to create interesting things that are useful for everyone. So that'd be cool. But yeah. How do you feel about gray sweatpants? I don't wear sweatpants. I don't even own a set of sweatpants, but they're fine, I guess. You ever made a successful app? Yeah. I haven't updated it in a bit, so it's kind of buggy now, but I built an app. So I post a lot of content on social media, and I figured there's got to be other people out there like me, individuals who post as often with as much volume as I do. What if there was a tool that posted on 6 platforms automatically for you? And I know there's like Hootsuite, there's Buffer and all that, but those are sort of tailored for marketers and they're structured that way. And I was like, I want something simple, a form where I could just upload a video or a picture, add some text, and hit send. Very, very simple. And nothing like that, as far as I looked, existed. So I built it. I literally had no experience with software before I started this project. And man, so much I had to learn. Like all the APIs for Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and TikTok, learned them all. And how they all have their unique issues and kinks and stuff like that. And then I think I bought a Next.js template, and then I had to like hack that together to build a thing. And I got it to work, and it works. So I got it to work. Spelt. It was a code name, Spelt. It's called Spelt. Name of the app. Cost like $10K to make an app. It costs $10K if you have to hire somebody to do it, but I ended up doing it myself. So, and then I realized like, APIs are crazy powerful if you just learned APIs a little bit. If you don't know what that is, that's basically like the back end way of connecting with software. You know how you can just Like when you go to Instagram and you click like upload, choose your photo, file system shows up, you choose your photo, whatever, all that. You can do that automatically, all with software. That's what APIs are, and all these third-party software vendors and suppliers and platforms have tools specifically made for developers to use and build apps on top of. And just understanding APIs in general, I think would be useful for the average person, because then you'd realize maybe it doesn't cost 10K to make an app. You can find some boilerplate front end, maybe get some API keys from whatever third-party vendors or software vendors you're using. And then business logic is basically it. It's not that complex what you're doing to build an app. So I've done that. And then I also learned while building this, it's like 10 times harder to build for other people than it is to build for yourself. When it's yourself, it can be janky. Doesn't matter. You can even do it like via command line or whatever. It's like, how it works, and you know what not to do. You know what to do to make it work, and you know what not to do to break it. So, but when other people are using it, it has to be very simple, easy to understand. You also have to account for edge cases and and then the interface and everything, and then the login system and all. That's the thing. If you're building for yourself, you don't have to worry about authentication. You don't have to worry about login, sign up page. You don't have to worry about credentials and storing those securely. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You could literally just build something, even local host, and it fucking works. And then as soon as you try to make it for other people, it's like, okay, fuck. Now I got to make it all work externally and make it secure and give people accounts and manage it all. And then you got to work with cloud functions, and then you got to worry about cold start of those things and how long it takes, and the milliseconds matter, and then asynchronous stuff. And bro, it's so much harder when you're building for other people. It's crazy. Right now I'm working on a personal website using Jekyll and GitHub. Oh, Jekyll, is that a static site generator? I think that's a static site generator, if I remember correctly. I fucked around with Hugo for a bit. Also, another simple blog-aware static sites. Yep, figured. I remember that. Static sites. Yeah, that was also another business venture. Like, we were going to offer static site generation stuff to companies who don't have websites. And the cool thing about static sites, for those of you who don't know, is basically it's a simple HTML, CSS web page that gets updated at. I don't have to get into the technicals of it, but whatever. Hello, are you a DoorDash? Hello, you are a DoorDash driver, right? You were my dasher the other day. No, I'm not. You're a DoorDasher. Yeah, it's easy to build stuff when a GUI is not involved. Yeah, so much easier when other people aren't involved. As soon as you want to make it so other people can use it, it's so much more work. I'm panicking right now. Sent a text to my sister. Mean for therapist. Yeah, so good luck on the website though, and feel free to share it. If you said personal website, so you're gonna host it on GitHub, right? Is that it? And then probably like any updates. I don't know if Jekyll comes with CMS. Does it? I meant just host. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean. Thank you for bringing me my McDonald's the other day, although the fries were a little cold. I'm surprised so many of you have stayed despite all the like technology talk. I don't know if that stuff is actually interesting, but I've looked into this stuff and have had to teach myself. And that's the thing. I never say I taught myself, because a lot of other people have put this documentation and work out there that I'm reading. And so it's just a matter of like what you're willing to read and grind through when you're learning at the beginning. Yeah, Cloud Cannon has a CMS for Jekyll. Okay. Why'd you choose Jekyll over the other SSGs? We're talking about static site generators right now. Let's see. Markdown, Liquid, Blogaware. Free hosting with GitHub Pages, nice. All of my friends were using it. Nothing much to it. Okay. All right. I don't know. Why did I choose Hugo? Because it was fast. That's why. Because it was fast. At least that's the way they. And what's it written in? I forget. It was a long time since I started this stuff. Now I realize I don't even bother building web pages anymore. I just use card.co. It's just let me just build a page real quick for that. I don't even, whatever. Content organization. Yeah, because it was written in Go. I like the idea of that. I wanted to learn Go. That's why. Dad, please come home. Mom is worried sick. We need you back here. Okay. Man, I stayed on way longer than I thought. You got me started on this tech talk, Kirko. Damn. I really, you know what? I'm going to focus on growing my business account so I can start doing live streams there. And then I'll stream. Yeah. I guess if there is any reason, it saves a lot of time. Yeah. Yeah. Free hosting from GitHub would be nice. What did I end up using? When I was doing the Hugo stuff, I was using Netlify. Ah, man, this tech stuff. It's there's so many different things you could learn when it comes to software. This is just web pages and stuff, but man, there's so many different areas and so much to know. And my problem is I don't focus. So one day I'll be working on something and then I'm hit a hurdle. So then I'm all right, fine, let me just work on something else in the meantime. And then I don't get back to that idea or whatever. And so I'm learning all these different things, but then not actually sticking with something long enough to really understand it deeply. Definitely, I don't want to scare people off with the tech. I don't care. I mean, I'm about to get off anyway. So, and people aren't seeming like they're leaving. So they're probably just listening passively, what the hell are they talking about and why are they using all these terms? I think it'd be cool just to do a live stream just explaining look, here's the basics of the technology that you guys use every day. And it's not as complicated or as scary as you think it is. Here's how it works. Here's how when you put in a URL in a browser, here's what's happening. It's not that complicated. And guess what? There are tools you can use to automate a lot of the things that you do online and empower people with knowledge. And maybe people are curious. I don't know. It's incredible we got this far from effectively sending a current through some silicon. Yeah, the idea, even just the idea of transistors in an electronic switch. I remember my old roommate was a electrical engineer, and he went to a job interview at a chip foundry, Global Foundries, whatever, if you're familiar with it. But basically, he had an interview there, right? And he didn't have a car, so I picked him up, and he was like, "Man, I think I blew the interview." I'm like, "What do you mean? What happened?" He's like, "They asked me how would you describe a transistor?" I was like, "Oh, that's like a switch, on off switch or whatever." He's like, "Yeah, fuck, I didn't even say it like that." Blah, blah, blah. I was like, "Bro, you're a fucking electrical engineer. You should know this. This is the most basic shit." But whatever. He got the job, so it didn't matter, I guess. But I don't know. That shit happens. Yes. You know your stuff at an interview, but then you just show up and you get nervous or whatever, or you don't understand what they're saying, and so it's just you look really stupid. Opinion on femboy cuddling ASMR? No opinions. Bleep bloop. No opinions. And that's a AI version of Mark Zuckerberg. Nice. You get involved in the higher level stuff and you forget the absolute basics when it counts. Yeah. It's just bro, oh man, that's a hard thing because you're an electrical engineer. This is the most fundamental thing about, and you just interviewed at a chip factory. This is all they make. And it was just funny. But he got the job, so I guess it doesn't matter. He didn't like the job because I guess it was shift work and He was like overseeing machines or whatever. I don't know. Nah, I got to learn how to focus and like study something for an extended period of time, for a really long time, to get expert enough that I can, whatever. Like you can solve a Fourier transform, but can't describe an inductor. Yeah. Oh man, Fourier transforms, man. All right, so for people who don't know what that is, it's like I don't know, how do I describe it? It's been a long time since I took a course on it, and I can't honestly say I understood it that completely, but it's basically like explaining to the average person that the way we see time can be manipulated in a mathematical way to make the math easier. And we have all these transforms that you can do in math and signals that lets us solve problems that we otherwise couldn't in a normal time space. And like how this could apply to electricity, magnetism, and even like motion and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. How are you, my good sir? I'm very good. When it comes to toilet paper, do you fold or scrunch? Fold. I fold. You have to be very clean with it, otherwise you're gonna get it all over the place. How are you though? Lil Wayne's right testicle. Yeah. Oh man, I like the theoretical stuff, but you got to make money somehow, Kirko. I like it. I like it. Man, in another timeline, I probably went to grad school and became like a PhD mechanical engineer, dude. Good question. He folds it in a lot of layers. Yeah, domain frequency and all that shit is like black magic. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's like the beauty of it. It's just like, you know what? We're just gonna go to the frequency domain. Let's just describe this, and then the math becomes so much easier. And then like even understanding it, and then always you have professors who understand this stuff so well, but then you as a novice going into this shit, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Wait, slow down. It's like, what? This is how I felt in my orbital mechanics class. I think everyone felt that way, where we're just like, the professor was French, so he had an accent and everything, and he's on the whiteboard just like explaining, okay, so like this is how you calculate Vmax and all this, and you can calculate the path of this shuttle doing this, blah blah blah, whatever, and he's just explaining it like it's like obvious, and everyone's just like, what the fuck? What are you doing? And then calculate the fuel loss at that time, so it's going to go this far and it's going to follow this orbit. So what happens when this thing gets here? And everyone's just like, what? And then the average on the midterm was like a 12 out of 100. And I scored a 16 or something. So I actually did well in that class. It was crazy. Like this shit makes zero sense in the time domain, but somehow it makes perfect sense in the frequency domain. Yo, it's almost like a superpower. What superpower would you describe it? Like, I think it would be interesting if people taught this kind of stuff, but like relate it to like, things people understand in the fantasy world. So like imagine like Shadow Realm, basically, like where time doesn't work the same way, but instead frequency is the independent variable, and then it's like, so you're in this whole like shadow realm where you measure things differently and things are represented in different ways. It's like crazy. And then you go and you work as an engineer in the actual workforce, and you're like, I'm not using any of this shit. Like, what the fuck? I really missed this conversation, man. Thank you for this, man. I did not expect I was going to be talking about Fourier transforms and all this stuff, and transistors and silicon doping and all that stuff, electronic switches, but. Man, oh man, it's been so long. Thank you. Oh man, I have that itch. And I can't talk to my fiance about this stuff because her eyes would just gloss over. And she knows it too. So this is why, maybe for our relationship, it's healthy that I do live streaming. Yeah, you end up going into the workforce and you just look at face diagrams and shit. Yeah. Do you know Bob Lazar? No, I don't. I don't know who that is. Nat Lee. Hey, man, it's almost midnight. Damn, I didn't realize how long I've been on live, but the technical stuff's fun. Kirko, thank you for that. Is this a man discussion? No, women can understand physics too. It's just math is hard for you sometimes. This is why friends are good. Yeah, friends are good. Friends are good. Gotta flex the brain from time to time. Yes, bro. Yes. 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 I thought you located in the West. I'm in Central now. I moved to Texas, Omar. Omar, you work in tech too, right? Software engineer. Nice. And got another one. Kirko, meet Omar. I don't know if you guys have met before, but dude, Kirko and I were just been talking about like software, networking, ad block, gray space. Is that what you said? Gray code. We're talking about silicon and Fourier transforms. Man, you missed a good discussion here, bro. You missed a good discussion. I don't know about the rest of the other 11 of you or 10 of you who are watching this and still on stream for some reason, because I don't know if any of this stuff is interesting, but I think it'd be interesting to explain all this stuff to like average normal people who would normally just like, because if you can explain it, you know it. And so I think it'd be cool. If people are even curious, that's the thing. Like, people want to watch like National Geographic nature shows, learn about whatever. But what about if I told people like, hey, here's all this stuff and whatever. Network, I'm glad I missed it. Wait, you don't like networking, bro? What kind of software engineer are you? Are you front end? Sexy guy says he loves me. Okay, awesome. But I am about to get off, but at least. So Kirko, you're in school, right? And then Omar, you work as a software engineer, or you work in software in some way. Joey from Portland, are you in software too? Yeah, you're in school right now? Okay. When do you graduate? And then what do you want to work on? Yeah. That'd be cool. It'd be cool if I could like hook people up with jobs through TikTok. Just like, yo, Kirko, check out, or Omar, check out Kirko. He knows all this. Like, he's working on a Jekyll website right now, and we'll host it on GitHub. You can check out his portfolio. Like 2025. Okay, so a couple years, 2-3 years, something like that. Yeah, definitely work on. I meant TPC, Wireshark. Okay. Yeah. So while you're in school, I think here's the thing. Based on just the conversations we have, I think you can do more ambitious projects than just a website. I'm not saying don't do the website thing, Jekyll, whatever, but I think challenge yourself while you're in school and you have the time to work on this kind of stuff. I did my version in mechanical engineering where I did this engineering club, design, build, fly. We designed RC planes, and then I also worked with other guys to work on like smaller projects. But definitely, you're in school, you have time. It doesn't feel like you have free time, but you have way more free time than someone who has a full-time job. So definitely, and based on our conversation, you sound like you're very competent, and so you can probably take on a big project if you wanted to, something really ambitious, and you will learn so much, which I'm sure you've done. But ironically, I want to work on the tech side of the fashion industry. That sounds interesting. Explain, man. Yo, there's no reason why you can't start now. Like, what do you mean exactly? What does that look like? Is there anything specifically like problems you've identified that could, or like, what does the tech side of the fashion industry look like? Are you talking about like visuals? Are you talking about production of fashion wear, design? Because there's so much you can do. especially have some. I'm building mental health platform for specific audience, getting into Y Combinator soon. Nice. Good for you, bro. That's so cool. Mental health platform. Okay. Manufacturing and design. That's what's up. Cool. Fashion industry. Wow. That's very cool. And so have you answered that question on the YC application, Omar, about what's a system that you've hacked in your past that or something? I think that's how the question goes. Paul Graham's question. Like, what's some sort of system or that you've hacked in your favor? I've been goaded into helping out with a few projects. Yeah. Manufacturing design. So do you have any ideas about like what you'd want to work on or build? Manufacturing design. I'm not sure exactly what part of the fashion or how what exactly that looks like in the fashion world. Recently did recognition for a license plate reader and some type of crime recognition drone. Oh, okay. Did you have to learn some like computer vision library or something? OpenCV, maybe? I messed around with that a little bit in college. I ended up finding a MATLAB library and got a webcam to follow an object. I missed their cohort date, currently building MVP and hoping to get into next cohort. Yeah. Check out their startup school stuff too. I ended up doing startup school back in February of last year, and I realize my timeline for projects is always ambitious, but their startup school stuff is basically a lot of the stuff that they'll probably cover, but obviously the hands-on approach and the funding with the safes and all that is invaluable. But if you wanna, yeah, yes, I actually did end up using a MATLAB library. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's so much. This is interesting. Okay. But yeah, I think that's the most interesting question on the application or the profile. It's like, what's some system that you've hacked to your favor? And for me, it's hard to come up with an answer to that question because I would feel bad for hacking a system in my favor. But that's sort of kind of the energy you need to have for a startup, and the kind of energy they're looking for a startup, or at least founders of a startup, because you just have to make things work and somehow find advantages where others don't. So that requires a little bit of out of the box thinking. Okay, guys, I'm at 5% right now, so my phone's about to die. But and it's already midnight. Damn, I was trying to get some work done later, but I might just go to bed. But I appreciate you guys. Omar, good luck on the. Do you know any VCs that's helping founders for mental health biz? I don't know any specific, but if you want to get some funding right now, I like the idea of Tiny Seed. They're the guys behind Microconf. I forget what his name is. I'm going to have to unplug the microphone just to keep it charged so I can answer your question. But Tiny Seed, they fund bootstrapped startups if you want to start bootstrapping this thing. But as far as mental health, I don't know. Maybe you can find some investors in the medical space, but I don't know any specific. But if I ever do, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that a little more. But I don't know any specific in the mental space. Especially if you can come up with like a bunch of customers or at least demand beforehand, even before you build the MVP. Just get a bunch of signups, I think would be really useful for you, because I've made the mistake so many times of building things without actually having the demand there, which is always the hardest part, getting the demand from people and letting people know that your thing exists. Bro, I charge it. I just got here. Yeah, I just put it on. I'll talk to you about the fashion thing next time for sure, since it will probably be a lot. Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation for sure. I personally don't like getting funding, would prefer finding other revenue streams, but that's just me. Also, you're software too, or founder or something? Yeah, like if you want to rapidly grow, funding is necessary. But if you want to build a viable business, I think it's probably more prudent to be self-funding on day one, at least profitable on day one. Especially if you're in niche, then it kind of makes sense because it turns out like most startups don't get funded. We're talking about like less than 10% or actually get any funding at all. And so most of them have to bootstrap. And when you bootstrap, you make decisions differently. And then you have to be profitable soon. And I can't say I figured that out yet. I'm still trying to figure this startup thing out. So I'm probably not the person to be listening to about this, but YC's content, Startup School, is really good. I like the idea, the way they frame it, and choosing your market and how you can approach getting customers and finding problems and the approaches you can take for building MVPs and all this stuff. So it can keep you from pursuing what they call tar pit ideas, which are ideas that sound feasible but will likely fail because a lot of people have tried it and there are systemic reasons why it won't work, which again, I've made that mistake. I've made all these mistakes and I don't know. So there's a lot to talk about. If the world was actually round, then why are all of the pictures of the earth flat? Because you're not high enough. That's why. But it's okay. I'm cool with the flat earther stuff. Hey gang, I was wondering how many donuts fit on it. Someone already asked me that today. I said several if they're the yeast donuts. The cake donuts, I don't think I could fit inside because they're too small. Yeah, bro, I'm on software. Cool, more software. See, maybe there's a niche. You know what? I thought maybe because you see YouTubers, you see a lot of the software YouTubers. All they do is I like what's his name? Fireship is really good. I like his tutorials and stuff. Now it's mostly just surface level stuff, and then he does have courses and whatever that's really good. But like a lot of the other people, I think it'd be cool to build a channel or at least a content brand around building software in interesting spaces that are a little edgy. So how a lot of software engineers, especially the ones you see on Instagram, who are posting pictures of their clean desk and their MacBook and all that, who are just too, what's the word I'm looking for? Too milk toast. They're too vanilla. I'm like, nah, fuck that. Let's bring some edginess to this field. We're not polite. We hack shit together. We build barely viable MVPs, test out ideas, build a network-wide ad block that works on all devices because fuck Google. That's why. That kind of punk software engineering kind of thing. I think that would be I like that energy. I don't know if you guys are fucking with it too, but I think that'd be pretty cool. And it's just an urban version, It doesn't have to necessarily be black, but it doesn't have to be vanilla like all the bullshit you see where people are all about the fronting and not about actually hacking shit together. Hey, yo, we found this library on GitHub. Let's see if we can use it to I thought about this idea because I was fucking around with the Twitter API. I was like, what if we could monetize blackness by letting people who otherwise couldn't post a certain type of tweet have someone who can post it. So as black people, we can get away with things our white counterpart can't say. And so I was like, all right, but that's probably true for tweets too. So what if a white person wanted to say something about whatever, but they were afraid of getting canceled? But if a black person said it, no one would get on their case about it. And so maybe that white person could pay that black person to say it on their behalf, and then they could just retweet it. And so because I was fucking around with the Twitter API, I was like, yo, what if we made a marketplace for this whole shit? And then I was going to buy the domain blackface.io and redirect there. And then I would be do that Iron Man shit. It's I've successfully monetized blackness. It's just reparations. I don't know. I thought that would be hilarious, but I don't know. Maybe my sense of humor doesn't match most people's, and people are what the fuck? Why would you build something like this? It's no, it's just art. That's what we're doing here. We're just pushing the edges, and we're using software to do it. I don't need glasses. I just wear them to look smart. To look smart, face, ass. Looking into Visible Hands VC, they do help people of color founders. Have you seen the Humane Project projector demo? No, I haven't seen that. Let me Google that. Humane projector demo. What is that? Wearable AR projector? Huh. I'm gonna have to look into that. LeBron? I'm not LeBron. I was like, how the fuck do they get millions in funding for this? Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Can you do a hood urban accent? We want to see you could do it or not. Nah, dude. Nah, I don't really fuck with that, bro. But I don't know. I thought it would be hilarious, like blackface.io. And no, I would get reparate, and it's like privatized reparations, because like then it would effectively being black people giving money to, or white people giving it money to black people to use their blackness as a face for their messages, and then it could turn into a whole marketplace for Twitter about like basically like branding and advertising or like spokesmanship, which also is monetizable, whatever. And I was looking at Stripe Connect, so you can do that, so not have to actually receive payments, but just connect people. So I was looking at their API and stuff, and I don't know. I come up with all these crazy ass ideas, but I don't have the skills to build them. So I end up having to just research all this shit, and whatever I build is not. I'm just gonna be hacking it together. But then I thought that'd be a pretty cool brand, you know, software vibe. It doesn't have to be nerdy shit. We can be cool too. And that's the thing. I'm not even a software guy. I'm a hardware guy. I'm an engineer. I like the physics shit, but I'm learning the software because it's so much easier to build in the world of ones and zeros than it is to build in the world of atoms. That's what I'm realizing, but whatever. I know this is a little too deep for a lot of you guys, but whatever. I like this shit. I like this shit too much. Oh, my bad. YouTube and Twitch. Let me move the microphone here so you guys can actually hear me. Bad. I keep forgetting about you guys, but whatever. Who's your favorite X-Men? Mine is Clayton Jenner. That's not the first time I've heard that. Who's your favorite adult model of all time? You're one of the good ones. Oh, you think I could do that type of work? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but like, what would it take? What would it take to perform well? I think one of the things, I don't know if I want to give that much detail about my bedroom, whatever stuff. Yeah, nah. I think some things should just stay private. So as much as I want to troll you a little bit, I'm gonna keep those things private. But let's just say you're one of the good ones. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? You're one of the good ones, you said. So I was just relating it to your previous post, like who's your favorite adult model of all time? I'm assuming you meant me. You like that, BBC, huh? I'm not. That's not what I meant at all. Good one. I said you're one of the good ones as a joke because white folks say that. Oh, okay. Some more hate. It's okay, Jose. We got you, bro. Geo Music. Hi, friend. How's it going, Geo Music? Do you have a SoundCloud to plug? Because white folks say that to black guys who talk like you. How do I talk? I know people always like give me crap about it. Like, you sound white, whatever. I don't care. I sound like people understand me. That's what I sound like. I sound like I've read a book before. Like, that's how I sound. I don't give a fuck. That's if you can blend the two. So I think that'd be a pretty cool account. Now, my business account hasn't been that way. I've been mostly just content creation, bits of software every now and then, and self-improvement, kind of like motivational things as I've learned a lot through this journey of like trying to grow a following, trying to help people not make the same mistakes I did, or at least come to realizations that I already have. Geo Music looks like a great value, Kirk Franklin. You sound intelligent. Thank you. The glasses help solve the whole thing. Do you ever turn up your hood accent at the family reunion though? I've never had a hood accent. So me using it is being fake, is the thing. Like this is how I've always sounded. Which is weird because like my parents are immigrants, so English is not their first language, so they speak a slightly better version of broken English. And my brothers, I don't know, they hung out with more urban people. So for me, I was just like, I was doing my own thing and I read a lot. So, and like the things I really liked, Bill Nye was my favorite until I learned about him, and then Neil deGrasse, like all the nerdy shit I liked, all the nerdy shit. And then it's okay, Geo Music. We have a whole back and forth thing. He's a hater, but also a friend. So he's a friend of me, as girls would say, I guess. I don't know. Well, do you ever use the accent in the hood or anywhere? No, I don't have a hood accent. I joke around all the time with my girl because she's blackity black, black, black. And like even saying shit like that, that would piss her off or like make her feel some type of way, but I don't care. Yeah, it's like I know I look like a guy who dates white girls, but I don't. I've had my experience, but I don't know. I guess there's not much more to say about that. Doing pressure of her blackity black self. Actually, she sounds like me. That's the funny thing. She has a hood side, not a hood side, an urban side. Not really that hood. She's not hood. But she can get like, are we discussing accents? Jose wanted to bring this up, so I lean in. That's what I'm doing. We can discuss accents. What's hood accent? That's a good question, Omar, but I think he's talking about like the uppity black folk. I think that's what he's referring to. It's like, I can't even say it because I know it's going to get the stream banned, but it's like, motherfucker. It's like, fucking with me. Oh, fuck this. Nah. So what makes her so blackity black, black, black? She's black. She's like American black. Which is, I think, pretty rare for East African guys to be dating. I don't know, or being in relationships with. All I've ever seen is like if they date outside of the cultural norms, East Africans, it's usually Arab. I've seen Arab a lot, or like Middle Eastern in some way. But black girls don't get enough love. There you go. That's how I get them on my side, bro. Pretty much like ATL, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. If that's what you're referring to, Capricorn Eyes. I don't know. Blackity black, black, black. Yes. Have you ever been with a white Nubian queen, and what was your experience? In order for her to be a Nubian queen, she would actually have to. A white Nubian queen, dude. You and this queen word, man. We got to get that out of your vocabulary, bro. But I've been with a white girl before, and their skin is like soft like alabaster. I made one of my TikTok videos. I should post some of the old stuff that I used to post here like a year and a half ago from podcasts I used to do with my brother. I had some good one-liners out of that. That was pretty hilarious. And I like to push the edge and play with racial stuff because people are always so sensitive about it. And I think one way to get people more accepting of others is to acknowledge people's differences, but then also crack jokes all the time because it's just race. We don't take it that seriously. Capricorn Rice says, yes, I was. What's your sign? Aquarius. White Nubian queen is crazy. Yeah, you guys have any experience with this? I'm a white person. Wet slapping cheeks, Z says. Capricorn Eyes is mixed. Man, I did not expect to be on live for this long. I did not expect it. My bad. But you guys seem to be feeling it. Man, I can't believe I have to be on live this long to get any action here on TikTok. What the hell? Why do I have to do all this foreplay? Stupid, man. God. And then as soon as I'm done, it's just like, oh, it's like now you guys want to finish too. This is stupid. Amazing Race is happening on CBS this fall. Damn. Really? My girl wanted us to apply. She thinks we would do really well. I'm not racist, but a funny joke is funny joke, no matter the race. Yeah, I agree. Google Wayne head cartoon and tell me you resemble him. Wayne head cartoon. Wayne head cartoon. That's a weird. Wayne head cartoon. Let's see. No, I don't like anything like this. What are you talking about, bro? No, my brother looks more like that for sure. The ears. Did you watch this while you grew up in Argentina? Argentina? Is that what you watched growing up in Argentina? People assume I'm white or Jewish. How do you feel about it though? Like since people are getting because they don't know that you're mixed. So like, do you find yourself talking in cultural ways and people are like, that's appropriation? And you're like, I'm half black or something. HJA. I'm actually Hispanic, Honduras, and Armenian. Oh, okay. That kind of mixed. Never mind. Tell us about Aquarius. I don't know much about it. I'm not a zodiac type of person. But wow, my comment got filtered. Yeah, you got to be careful with TikTok. It is what it is. I don't know. I dealt with some white chicks on campus. Ooh. How do you feel about them? Yay or nay? Or are you sort of like, because like, white girls have their place, I guess, but I can't imagine myself being with a white girl permanently, you know? That's the thing. That was a great cartoon in Argentina. People assume I'm Hispanic and their assumptions are correct. African? I like that. I like that term. I'm not African. I'm whole. Yeah, I can't come up with a wittier reply. But yeah. Why guys trying to get all personal with me? I don't know. Because you're a girl and guys get thirsty out here. It is what it is. You should know this. Like, you know, you're used to thirsty guys. Come on. Especially if you're mixed. Oh man, the attention you must be getting with that Armenian. You know what they say about Armenian girls, right? I don't really know what they say, but you know, they sound like what do they call them? The girls who wear gypsies. I don't know. White girls have great neck movements. No lies detected. It's annoying, I guess. You see, I don't know if you're serious when you're saying it's annoying or it's just like, oh my God, it's so annoying. You know, I think that's what's going on here, but it's okay. Some of them got asked like black girl, but they can't relate with any of them. Yeah, unless they grew up in the hood or they like doing the whole like, you guys know what that is. I don't want to talk about me. Fair enough. Have you had a white person make a racist remark and how did you handle it? Yes. I remember riding my bike through the streets I grew up, and there was a white homeless guy who called me the N-word and I laughed it off. This one time I got pulled over, me and my girl got pulled over, and it was a new car. And so I figured it was because we didn't have any plates. But I was sitting in the passenger seat, she was driving, and they tell me to get out. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why are you pulling? Why do I have to get out of the passenger seat, you know? And she was the one driving. And so like the sheriff is talking to her, and then they have me in the back and they're like, put your hands on the trunk. They do a pat down. Then they tell me to turn around and start grilling me about like, how do you know this girl? What's your relationship with her? How long have you known each other? Where are you guys going? Grilling me about like basic information. I'm just like, I don't know, we're just going to go to karaoke and we decided not to. So we were headed home. What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, the sheriff is asking her in the driver's seat, like, are you safe? Are you okay? Do you need help? And she's like, what the fuck? What's going on? It's like, yeah, what are you doing? Like, this is my boyfriend, whatever. It's like, so you know this man. He's like, yeah, he's my fucking boyfriend. What are you guys doing? Turns out she and I were horsing around moments before we got in the car, and someone had witnessed it and thought I was abducting her while she was driving the car. Now, none of that makes any sense, but somehow this bystander, probably a Karen, saw this and called the police. And we had I think it was at least 4 squad cars. So that tells you how many police officers they needed for me. You know what I'm saying? I laughed the whole thing off. I thought it was hilarious. And it was a new car. And when I put my hand on the trunk, that print stayed on that trunk for a while. And it would remind her. And she got pissed because, she's black and everything. And she's like, what the fuck? These police, blah, 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 whatever. I'm just like, it's chill. Like, it's not that big a deal. They were there to keep a black woman safe. They just got the story wrong because someone called it in. And I was chatting with the officers and they're like, yeah, man, we'd never got a call like this before. And we didn't know how to respond. So we came in deep. I was just like, yeah, no worries, bro. It's all good. And some people might call it racist, but I mean, I don't think it was racist. No, I have all these things I absolutely cannot talk about. Okay. Let me catch up with comments. I don't want to talk about me, and continues to comment 5 comments about her. Oh, so you only worship black women? Is that it, Jose? Because every other time a black lady's making comments here, you're like, oh my God, queen, 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 queen. Now it's like a half Hispanic, half Armenian girl. Now all of a sudden you're telling her to shut up. Come on. What's the hardest thing mentally you ever done or been through? I had to build an app once and I didn't know anything. So I literally just grinded my way through it and I built it. It was an ambitious project for my starting point, but I eventually figured it out. I don't have a racial preference though. If you look good and can hold a conversation, we can kick it. It's the only way, man. It's the only way. They thought you were a chick and she was for hire. That's funny. That's funny. I'm going to tell her that. I'm pretty sure she's asleep right now. So I'm going to tell her that. Maybe she's listening. I know she wanted. Okay. Yeah. No, I promised that was going to work. But those damn Karens, I guess. What's your favorite album? My album. I actually don't have an album, but I've released a few instrumentals lately. I'm not looking to promote it either. I want to see if I can promote it organically. According to a lot of people, I should start looking for a wife soon, though. I mean, yeah, if you find the right girl, I can tell you, like, playing the field maybe feels like the right idea, but, like, I don't know. If you've had enough experience in the field, you realize, like, how much of a waste of time a lot of girls are. And then, which is true for women, too. A lot of guys are a waste of time. But, you know, they only hear that one thing and they think, oh, misogyny, whatever. So if you've had your fun, college, whatever, and you're like, yeah, there's more to life and people than just sex. I mean, I'm not going to discourage you from doing it either. I had my moments. And, yeah, I don't know. Don't apologize for your blackness, King. Since college apparently is the last time you'll be in the vicinity with so many women at once. Yeah, unless you work in the HR department. But yeah, it is. But I mean, you meet a lot of, well, you work in a technical field. You'll be working in a technical field. So meeting women is going to be pretty hard. Because you guys know about women in technical spaces, right? They're usually 5s and 6s that act like they're 8s and 9s. So if you don't want to deal with that bullshit, yes, college is a great place. But if you have good hobbies outside of work, meeting people shouldn't be hard either. But the ratio in college is probably the best you'll ever experience. So just know that in terms of like male to female. If you haven't, you got to see Oppenheimer. I haven't. Do you play an instrument? No, I don't. But I like making music in Logic Pro. So I use a bunch of Logic loops and I play some keys every now and then. I heard your beats last live. You're like Kanye, but far less talented. That one stings a little, Jose. That one stings a little. Yeah, I'm not dealing with anybody in HR. They can have that shit. Yeah, fair enough. How are you guys not sleepy? It's so late. Yeah, I'm not. Jose, still better than your beast, though, huh? No need to defend me, man. I appreciate it, though. The bearded prophet. I appreciate it. Rate your girl objectively. She rated herself objectively. Okay, I'm not going to give it on the live because whatever. But she rated herself objectively. See, that's the thing. She's one of the few girls who is like honest about herself, and I'm like, you can respect that. Twerking is fun. Okay. I'm not sure what that's a comment to, but all right. I was until we started talking tech. Okay. All right, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up in like 5 minutes or something. So leave your last comments here. About to fall asleep. Cool. Have a good night, Kirko. Sleep tight. Don't let the bugs in your code bite. I just wanted to see your face to that comment. Bye. I'm not an ass guy, so twerking doesn't really do much for me. But okay. I know. We'll leave that for a conversation for next time. Like what? Every black guy supposed to be into twerking? Is that it? I'm kind of offended, by the way, Capricorn. A little offended by that. I'm not like all these other guys, okay? We're not all just whatever. Jose likes twerking though, so you should DM him for sure. Send him some videos. He will tell you, he will rate how good your twerking is. Okay. And he's from Guatemala. No. Argentina? No, Guatemala. So he knows how they can samba, right? Is that how they do it in yes. Is that how they do it in Guatemala? And yo, answer my fucking DMs, bro. Okay, we're gonna get you on the pod, and I will look up whatever sports or something, and we can have a conversation. And we could talk about how Messi made a horrible decision by going to Miami, or a great decision depending on your position. I'm gonna take the opposite. And we could talk about who the best footballer is of all time and how Cristiano Ronaldo is probably hates that the world loves Messi more because he's the natural talent versus the LeBron specimen that he is and all that stuff. So you can have a whole stream dedicated to like who, and then that's the thing. I don't even watch soccer like that. So I'll just be talking out my ass, but whatever. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for the pink heels, Jose. I don't know what to do with them. I honestly don't know what to do with these prizes or whatever from live, but I have some ideas about TikTok Shop that I'm going to be exploring to see if I can monetize this and hopefully give you guys. It'd be cool if I can help give you guys a piece of it too, but I'll work on that. And then, dude, really, this motherfucker, he doesn't stop. But thank you. Oh man, I can't stand these fucking TikTok trends, man. But thank you for this. Appreciate it, everybody watching, and hopefully I'll be doing more of this. I'll try to increase the frequency, but I'm not making any promises right now. And so, peace out, everybody. Twerk for some heels. Now, you should have asked Capricorn Eyes to put those on and do some Armenian, Honduran twerking. I think that's what she said. I'm working on my memory recall. But everyone, peace out. Maybe that's how we should end every stream. All right, so sleep tight. Don't let the bad code bite, and remember to twerk it, or something like that. I'll work on a catchphrase or something, or maybe you guys can come up with it. No, I won't. I'm not Gideon. Okay. As much as you might confuse me for DeMarcus Cousins III, I'm not going to dance on camera for you guys. I'm not. That's my line. That's it. All right. Peace out. Bye, everyone. And don't forget to twerk it all day, every day. Bye, Grape Guy. Sorry. You just missed me. Bye. Bye. Okay. Bye on YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate you guys. If you're watching the replay, I know this is a long ass 4 hours and 14 minutes. Wow. Okay. Sorry about that. If you have to go through it or if you enjoy it, I don't know. The conversation really went everywhere. And maybe I could be more targeted and consistent with the kind of topics we talk about. But this is like my first year of streaming. And I'm wondering if this can be, I don't know. I think I'm just rambling at this point. I think I'm ready to go to bed. So appreciate all of you who watched the replay. I really appreciate this guy right here. This guy right here. Ain't no one watching, boy. Quit looking at the chat, says Tom G. He's my number one hater. Then I'm going to turn into a fan. If you're watching this, Tom G, you're going to be my friend one day. You're going to be my friend. I got plenty of live on TikTok. So, you know. I don't know if Sam Cedar has as many people watching his stuff. I wonder what his streams look like. They can't be as interesting as this. They can't be. Honestly, yeah, whatever. We'll see. All right, guys, enjoy the replay if you watch it. If not, maybe you'll see a clip of this on your timeline. Otherwise, have a good night. Have a good week. Bye. Bye. Let's end this broadcast.